Please be seated.
Sri Baginda, Yang Mulia para pemimpin ASEAN, selamat datang di KTT ke-43 ASEAN di Jakarta. Saya ingin menyambut Yang Mulia Hun Manet, Perdana Menteri Kamboja, serta Yang Mulia Sanana Gusmao, Perdana Menteri Timor Leste. Selamat bergabung Yang Mulia di keluarga besar ASEAN. Para pemimpin ASEAN yang saya hormati, semua dari kita menyadari besarnya tantangan dunia saat ini, di mana kunci utama untuk menghadapinya adalah kesatuan dan sentralitas ASEAN. Arah ASEAN jelas menjadi epicentrum of growth. Modal ASEAN besar untuk meraihnya, tapi ASEAN harus mampu bekerja lebih keras, lebih kompak, lebih berani, dan lebih gesit. Selain itu, ASEAN juga butuh strategi taktis jangka panjang yang relevan dan sesuai harapan rakyat, yang tidak hanya untuk 5 tahun ke depan, tapi 20 tahun ke depan sampai 2045. Dan saya mengapresiasi dukungan negara anggota ASEAN dalam pembahasan ASEAN Concord ke-4. Yang Mulia, ASEAN sebagai bagian dari kawasan Indo-Pasifik juga terus konsisten bekerja keras, baik menggunakan pendekatan inklusif melalui kerjasama sekretariat ASEAN dengan Sekretariat Pacific Island Forum, PIF, dan Indian Ocean Rim Association, IORA, maupun pendekatan ekonomi dan pembangunan melalui ASEAN Indo-Pacific Forum, sehingga ASEAN bisa berdampak bagi rakyatnya dan juga bagi dunia. ASEAN sebagai kapal besar memiliki tanggung jawab yang juga besar pada ratusan juta jiwa rakyat yang berlayar bersama di dalamnya. Dan walaupun harus berlayar di tengah badai, kita sebagai para pemimpin ASEAN harus memastikan bahwa kapal ini mampu terus melaju, mampu terus berlayar, dan kita harus menjadi nahkoda di kapal kita sendiri untuk mewujudkan perdamaian, mewujudkan stabilitas, mewujudkan kemakmuran bersama. Dan dengan ini saya nyatakan KTT ke-43 ASEAN Sesi Pleno dibuka. Selanjutnya, sebelum kita mulai sesi pleno yang akan dilakukan secara tertutup dengan hormat, saya mohon awak media untuk meninggalkan ruangan pertemuan. Terima kasih.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us this morning. Please ensure you are registered with the team outside before you enter the room. Our program will start in a few minutes. Please find yourself a comfortable space at the designated area. To view the program, you may scan the QR code on the screen. As we are about to begin, please be seated. Thank you for your cooperation and attention. Ladies and gentlemen, as we are about to begin, please be seated. Make yourself comfortable, and most importantly, please switch your phone to silent mode. Welcoming Bapak Arsyad, Chairman of ASEAN Buka 2023 and Chairman of KADIN. Welcoming Puan Haslina Taib, Chairman of ASEAN Buka Brunei, to our roundtable. Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Salam sejahtera. A very warm welcome to the Borneo Business Roundtable, co-hosted by the ASEAN Business Advisory Council and the Brunei chapter of ASEAN Buka. Following its first highly successful meeting in Brunei on 28 April 2023, today's Borneo Business Roundtable in Indonesia is bringing together stakeholders in the island once again. Highlights of the roundtable include a presentation on Nusantara, Indonesia's new capital city, the formalization of the Borneo Economic Community, BEC, as well as the launch of registrations of interest to Dagang Borneo. On behalf of ASEAN Buka and Brunei chapter of ASEAN Buka, once again, I would like to welcome you all to our roundtable. I am Rabiatul, and it is our honor to be your host this morning. To begin this program, I would like to invite Bapak Arsyad, the Chairman of ASEAN Business Advisory Council and the Chairman of Indonesian Chamber of Commerce and Industry of KADIN, to deliver his welcoming remarks. Thank you, Bapak.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan.
Greetings.
In the very beginning, yes, we respect all religion, and that's why.
Dan oleh karena itu, saya selalu.
With that, dear Your Excellencies and honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, and Puan Haslina, and also my co-chairs, it is with a great pleasure that I welcome each and every one of you to the Borneo Roundtable 2023 as a silent of Abyss. And I would like to also say my best regards and also to acknowledge the governors or the people from the government from Indonesia, the governor of North Kalimantan, and also the governor of West Kalimantan, and of course everyone here from Sabah, Sarawak, and of course our beloved Brunei. My name is Arsyad Rashid, and I'm the chairman of the Indonesian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and this year I am the chair of the ASEAN Business Advisory Council. It is my honor to stand before you today as we gather to discuss a pivotal opportunity for our region. The growth of Borneo's trade landscape and the strengthening of economic ties through cooperations. Borneo, the jewel of Asia, the third largest island on our planet. It's not just a land of natural beauty, but also a land of immense economical potentials. Today, we have the privilege of convening here in Jakarta to redelve into strategies that will catalyze growth within Borneo's territories, Brunei, Kalimantan, Labuan, Sabah, Sarawak, and forge connection that span beyond borders. The last conversation about Borneo was actually in Brunei, thanks to my very good friend Ibu Haslina, and also the Brunei during the meeting of APEC early this year, hosted by Ibu Haslina in conjunction with the APEC meeting. The urgency, energy, and enthusiasm is there to continue promoting more economic connectivity in Borneo. We aim to explore how intra-Borneo trade can be enhanced, how foreign direct investment can be attracted, and how the spirit of cooperations can drive our nations forward. Borneo's combined population of approximately 24 million holds within it the power to create economic vibrancy that resonates not only within our region, but on the global stage. In today's discussion, we will delve into crucial topics. We'll gain insight into Nusantara, Indonesia visionary new capital city, set to be inaugurated next year in 2024, envisioning the possibility this capital presents blessing for our neighboring countries and business communities. The formalization of the Borneo Economic Community will also take center stage, a testament to our resolve to ensure that ASEAN priorities and legacy projects are upheld, from digital transformation to sustainable development, trade, investment, and beyond. Excellencies, governors, ladies, and gentlemen, our discussion today are not purely motivated by economic desires. Borneo is quickly becoming a major component for the livelihood of our people and the legacy we leave for generations to come. As leaders, CEOs, and stakeholders, we bear the responsibility of producing an environment where growth is inclusive to all, and cooperation transcends boundaries. I extend my greatest appreciation for the commitment each of you bring to this round table. We are united by a shared vision of prosperity for the path that lies ahead for the island. I hope you all are able to make the most of this special roundtable. And we look forward to hearing the speakers share their unique expertise. With that, I would like to say thank you, terima kasih, thank you, and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Pa Arshad, for the wonderful welcome remarks. It gives me great pleasure to invite Puan Haslina Taib, Chair of ASEAN-backed Brunei and CEO of Dynamic Technologies, to deliver the opening remarks.
Thank you, Rabi. Thank you, Chair. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Again, Chair of ASEAN Business Advisory Council 2023 and the Indonesia Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Kadin, my good friend, Pa Arshad Rashid. Pak Dr. Agung Wijaksono, Deputy for Funding and Investment of Nusantara National Capital Authority, Pak Zainal Arifin Paliwang, Governor of North Kalimantan Provincial Government, Pak Bernardino Vega, strange to call you for your full name, another good friend, alternate chair of ASEAN BAC 2023, Pak Dr. Ignatius, representative of West Kalimantan Provincial Government, Ibu Hajah Suparmi, representative of South Kalimantan Provincial Government, territorial leads and members of parliament, chambers and authorities, last but not least, council, friends and members, and also a special mention for the APAC Business Advisory Council, who's represented by another old friend, Aninda Bakri. Thank you very much for being here, and the rest of the esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen. Salam sejahtera. Selamat datang to the second ASEAN Business Advisory.
Welcome to the ASEAN Business Advisory Council Roundtable.
Chair of the ASEAN Business Advisory Council, Brunei, and as your host, I'm delighted to welcome you to this distinguished gathering of public and private sector stakeholders from across Borneo. This is especially true, Pak Arshad had, in his very tight schedule, would not cancel this meeting, even though we were asked to fit in a very important VIP ASEAN opening this morning. I'm so delighted that he didn't cancel this, because I've got chambers from across a very important island in the world came over today for the Indonesian final council meeting. So building on the successful inaugural Borneo Business Roundtable in Bandar Seri Begawan on the 28th of April, early this year, I'm happy to see many returning faces and even more new faces here today. As mentioned by Pak Arshad, our purpose in this roundtable is clearly to foster deeper economic integration, collaboration, and connectivity amongst businesses within the world's third largest island, Borneo's unique blend of territories, including Brunei, Kalimantan provinces, Labuan, Sabah, and Sarawak. It carries immense potential for sustainable growth in intra-regional trade and attracting foreign direct investment all over the world. In Brunei, we shared and identified concerns and proposed suggestions in creating Borneo business growth opportunities. Alone, our hand may be tied. Hurdles are too high. Small businesses may be excluded, and our island may suffer as a result of industrial discrimination. Together, as a community, we can and shall make an impact in this world. Therefore, the highlight of our roundtable today shall be the formation of Borneo Economic Community, BEC, as a sub-regional business-driven collaboration program to realize the vision of ASEAN centrality and the ASEAN digital community in the sub-region of Borneo. BEC is envisioned to serve as the inclusive and sustainability-focused business impact group for Borneo businesses, as well as professionals in emerging disciplines, including those in the gig and creative and remote work economy, our kids. This will be achieved through, but unlimited to, marketplaces and programs with lower barriers of entries for MSMEs, rural and social enterprises, as well as digital nomads and talents. The key three objectives of BC shall be, firstly, to promote and strengthen the sustainable development of each territory, represented by lead partners signing the Statement of Cooperation today, whilst exploring opportunities for beneficial collaboration, innovation, and investments. Secondly, address the challenges and opportunity of businesses operating in Borneo, serving to highlight voices from the ground in the form of concern, feedback, and suggestion with the wider ASEAN business leadership. And thirdly, develop joint cooperation to drive a sub-regional digital ecosystem for mobility, cooperation, and integration among its leads and associate partners within and beyond Borneo. We will be supported by BEC inaugural implementation partners, whom will be introduced later today, with crucial roles in building key pillars to shape Borneo's economic growth trajectory. We also appreciate our colleagues in the ASEAN Business Advisory Council, Kun Kop Sak, and his ASEAN Digital Trade Connect. This will help us bring our vans and buses delivering goods and services across the island, breaking the 3 barriers of all our borders. Task force team for introduce us to several partners are in place, sharing success story of its national digital trade platform, NDTP project in Thailand and a few others under the ASEAN Business Advisory Council leadership. Modeling on NDTP success, I'm also excited to note that as part of today's proceeding, we shall have the official opening of registration of interest under Dagang Borneo, just to make it simple for people to register their interests. As the island's first cross-border digital marketplace, this platform is aimed to support the BEC in pioneering a tokenized digital economy model, fostering seamless cross-border trade transaction and building a circular, sustainable business ecosystem. In plain island language, coming digitally together as a community, di Pasar Tamu Digital. This roundtable chats will continue. I encourage all of us to offer a wholehearted input and solutions, share our expertise, and collectively lay the foundation for prosperous, sustainable, and connected Borneo. Together, today, we retain our sustainable heritage as we shape our tomorrow. Welcome once again, and thank you very much. Wassalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much, Puan Haslina, for the warm welcome remarks and sharing more on Borneo economic community to the audience. Without further ado, the time has come to formalize the Borneo Economic Community, BEC. I would like to invite our lead partners to sign the Statement of Cooperation. You may find the signatory papers on your table. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Bapak-bapak, mungkin Pak Gubernur khususnya, dan juga dari pemerintahan, dari Kalimantan Barat dan semua, ingin saya menjelaskan di sini sedikit bahwa yang kita tandatangani ini adalah suatu statement kerjasama untuk membuat yang namanya Borneo Economic Community. Harapannya ini didrive awal oleh dunia usaha, private sectors, dan ditandatangani oleh lebih dari 15 dari chambers yang ada di Indonesia, di Kalimantan, Sabah, Sarawak, dan Brunei. Jadi ini adalah suatu, dan juga Labuan, dan semuanya sudah sepakat ingin melakukan hal ini. Harapannya Pak, nanti kami akan membuat namanya Borneo Business Summit. Harapannya nanti di mana di situ kami bisa mencetuskan juga kerjasama di antara pemerintahan di setiap provinsi Kalimantan bersama dengan Sabah, bersama dengan Sarawak, bersama dengan Labuan, bersama dengan Brunei. Nah itu yang nanti insya Allah saya pengennya sih kalau bisa di bulan November ini, supaya actionnya lebih cepat gitu. Jadi dengan demikian, karena kalau enggak nanti nggak aksi Pak. Dan kenapa saya mulainya dengan pemerintah daerah?
Why am
Kami
I
merasa
starting with the local
karena inilah yang
governments?
langsung di sana,
Because these are the
di
people
Kalimantan.
who
Jadi dengan
are
demikian
directly
keinginan
involved
itu Pak.
in
Jadi
Kalimantan. That's why we would like to involve them first, and in November we'll be able to sign it, and then we'll take action. And the ASEAN cooperative will include the government and the private sector or the business world. Thank you.
Thank you, Bapak Arshad, for the leadership. We would like now to invite you to join together at the front of the head table for a quick group photo session in front of the Dagang Borneo installation. Our signatories and lead partners, please head over to the head table for a quick group photo to commemorate this moment. Once we are ready, we will take 2 shots of group photos. Thank you, everyone. Let's take the first shot and give your big smile. 1, 2, 3. Another one. 1, 2, 3. We get another one. Have Pak Anin join us as well in the photo. Thank you, everyone. All right. Let's take another shot, the final one. Give your big smile. 1, 2, 3. Thank you all. If we may invite everyone back to your seat for the initiation of Dagang Borneo launch after this. Dear lead partners, we would like to thank you for your kind support and cooperation in the formalization of Borneo Economic Community, BEC. We are very excited to work together as a community for Borneo economy. To Pak Arshad and Pun Haslina, please remain in front and stand behind the Dagang Borneo platform installation, as we will begin with the initiation shortly. Another moment we have been waiting for is now here. Pak Arshad and Puan Haslina will be officiating the launch of Dagang Borneo. Pak Arshad will lead the illumination of Dagang, followed by Puan Haslina with Borneo. On my count of 3, 1, 2, 3. A round of applause for the launch of Dagang Borneo. Round of applause once again for the launch of Dagang Borneo, Digital Trade and Impact Investment Platform. I would like to call upon Bapak Dr. Agung Wicaksono, the Deputy for Funding and Investment of Nusantara National Capital Authority, to share a presentation on Borneo for Nusantara. The floor is yours, Bapak.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang.
Good day.
Afternoon. Excellency, yang terhormat, the Chair of ASEAN Business Advisory Council, my senior, my mentor, or in bahasa Melayu, my abang, Abang Arsyad Rashid. Yeah. Also, Excellency, the Chair of Abak Brunei, Puan Kakak. Today maybe I call you Puan, next time I'll call Kakak. Yeah. Kakak asli Nataib. Certainly also Bapak Gubernur Kalimantan Utara, Bapak Zainal Paliwang. Also all the leaders of Kadin, the leaders of Kalimantan provinces who are here. It's an honor for me to be here representing Bapak Bambang Susantono, our chairman, who is currently in the meeting with ASEAN Summit to speak about Borneo for Nusantara. Why I say Borneo for Nusantara and not Nusantara for Borneo? Because it is Borneo that becomes the birthplace for Nusantara as the new capital of Indonesia. And also, the word Nusantara, as we all know it, is an archipelago. And this also speaks for the role of Borneo Island for archipelago of Nusantara as a whole, and hopefully my job in my organization actually is as the sales promotion guy. Hopefully I can attract more, investment coming from our brother, sister, kakak, and abang from the island of Borneo. So I will begin by shortly talking about Nusantara, a place that offers an unparalleled investment opportunity, but also an unparalleled history in the world. Because nowhere else in the world that a country moved the capital from one island to another. It is only here in Indonesia when Presiden Jokowi decided to move from Java to Kalimantan. And it is also here for the first time where we will build a capital city based on a smart, sustainable forest city. Because we all know the role of Borneo, Kalimantan, is the tropical lung of the world, and also with the vision to be the future economic driver. Nusantara will not be just an administrative capital, but it will be a new growth center with a population. Right now, if we look at the Tri-City connection, around 4 million population, and also the total area is 4 times larger than Jakarta, 3 times larger than Singapore, and we require more than $30 billion investment across at least 9 different sectors here. So this is where we are. This is the importance of Nusantara, and we hope Borneo plays a role in that. And I'd like to report to you, I'm very thankful to our abang, kakak, brother and sister in Malaysia, that Malaysia has been one of the very first key partners to come to Nusantara to offer support when Dato' Sri Anwar Ibrahim, the Prime Minister, visited Presiden Jokowi and brought, and I think we deserve an applause for us, that Malaysia started by submitting letter of intent to help building Nusantara. And we now see not only letter of intent from Malaysia that is growing, but as we speak right now, when we are building the housing for the civil servants in Nusantara, 2 Malaysian companies are in the process of investing by conducting the feasibility study to build about 30 housing towers that will house the future young millennial civil servants of Indonesia that will move to Nusantara by next year. And with this, certainly we welcome the support of our kakak from Brunei. Obviously, the potential of Brunei in halal industry, from food to pharmaceutical, in Islamic financing and banking, including the capacity building, Islamic tourism. These are potentials that we believe we can get from Brunei to further strengthen investment in Nusantara. And this can happen because the government has prepared the most attractive incentive packages ever in the country, because it was also built together in collaboration with Kadin. And across these 12 sectors as a priority, we are very humbled and proud at the same time that we launched these investment packages together with Kadin for the very first time at that time in East Kalimantan, in Balikpapan, with the presence of the governor of Iskanur, the boss of Madam Sri Wahyuni, yeah? And also it coincides with the inauguration of the new executive committee of East Kalimantan Kadin. So obviously, again, Nusantara cannot be in place without the role of Kadin, without the role of the businesses, and Borneo. And with that, I'd like to conclude that Borneo for Nusantara means we are building a tri-city economy for 3 countries' connectivity. Nusantara cannot stand alone because it is part of a corridor together with Balikpapan and Samarinda. Certainly also, East Kalimantan is part of the whole Kalimantan with the different provinces, Pak Zainal, yeah, Ibu Sri, and the 4 other provinces in Kalimantan. And obviously with Malaysia, Sabah, Sarawak, Labuan, and Brunei, and this builds the 3 countries' connectivity. Dagang Borneo will certainly serve as the platform of Nusantara as the future Indonesia's economic super hub, because we want to be locally integrated, but it is also regionally connected with Dagang Borneo, and at the end also globally inspired, because Nusantara has a vision to be a world city for all. With that, terima kasih, thank you, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Bapak Dr. Agung, for your time to join us in sharing the presentation on Borneo for Nusantara, the future capital of Indonesia. This will be an exciting journey to further the Borneo legacy together, consolidating our strengths and collectively realize its vast potential. Moving on to the next agenda, we will be making an announcement on the Borneo Economic Community inaugural implementation partners on digital trade, tokenized economy, and business participation in the carbon market. Puan Haslina, the floor is yours for the announcement.
Thank you very much, Rabi, Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, so we thought when the first Brunei Roundtable for Borneo Roundtable in Brunei, we thought we hear a lot of issues arising and a lot of opportunities arising as well. And while we were waiting for the plenary session, I said to Pak Arshad, there's a lot we can learn from Kadin and how businesses work together and different chambers and different associations. We hope that we could learn from Kadin because it is stronger today because they are collaborating, we are collaborating together. Once we actually get united in hands, we need to connect all the different states in the Borneo Island, and we will need to work together and work with the government and the public sector on how to build more banks, more roads, how to connect the island, the most efficient way to connect the island. Is it going to be electric car? Is it going to be solar? Is it going to be water? All these things are being distinguished and identified right now. We have partners that are very, very interested in advising us. But at the end of the day, as Pak Arshad always said, we want the people on the ground to decide. We don't want to damage our island. So at the same time, while talking, we also think that we need to start work because I know that the President is actually inviting all of us to be in Pontianak, hopefully in November. So we thought we better get our skate on. Kalau dulu-dulu tu yang ada roda 4, we don't really have the 3 roda all at the same time. We got 4 rodas, so maybe I'm actually showing my age. But we need to get the bike on. So we thought as part of collaboration, I want to introduce a partnership that came to the front to accelerate our journey toward our shared goals. So we want to introduce the concept of implementation partners with BEC. Again, not just within Borneo, what we already have been working together within the states, but also integrating it and what we can help with each other, but also globally. So the theme, the strategic alliance that we need to put in place are for innovation and sustainable development, and of course, dynamic growth for Borneo. So some of the initial partners that we bring today has got unique expertise to the table, bring to the table, amplifying a capacity to drive change and to secure a prosperous future for Borneo. If some of you had looked at the introduction video of Borneo Economic Community under the Dagang Borneo, we've kind of like faced the picture a little bit, seeing the old and the new, the fintech of this world. Who would have thought through that? But we do have our kids that travel around the world who want to work and stay in Borneo because it's a much peaceful place, but at the same time need to access all the different investment and the innovation all around the world. So allow me to introduce our inaugural implementation partner. Partner representative will stand briefly to be acknowledged. The first one is Trade Waltz, no stranger to ASEAN. Trade Waltz enable cross-border and cross-industry secure and integrated management of trade transaction data on blockchain. It has been actively supporting ASEAN-backed Thailand in the recent successful proof of concept for its national digital trade platform. I invite Satoru Samiyasan, Executive Officer and Head of Global and Alliance Business of Trade Waltz. The second partner, Indonesia Climate Exchange ICX, with its parent company's leadership role in the ASEAN Carbon Center of Excellence and ASEAN Carbon Alliance Markets, ASCM, Dorsono is here also, ICX is poised to support national and regional commitment to net zero and obtain carbon neutrality, zero and carbon neutrality, and its commitment to it. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Bapak Megain Widajajo, CEO of ICX, right at the end of, thank you. Megain Widajajo, CEO of ICX. The third one is Trust Grid, creating a future of safe, secure digital identities. Trust Grid helps governments and business create a trusted network for requesting and verifying identity and credential while keeping the control in the hands of the individual and businesses with maximum assurance, privacy, and security. Please welcome Mr. Santosh Devaraj, CEO and founder of Trust Grid. Welcome, my friend. Fourth, I'm currently the CEO of this company, Dynamic Technologies. We're hoping to drive impact in business and communities through design thinking, digital solution, digital workspaces, as well as digital assets. Dynamic is one of Borneo's largest homegrown digital transformation partner. I'll introduce Puan Rosana Yunus, Head of Corporate Services, Dynamic Technologies. Thank you to all the inaugural implementation partners, and it is my hope and my wish to introduce more of these in Pontianak in our next meeting. And we invite our lead partners to recommend future associates for that and implementation partners who share our passion for progress and collaboration. As you can see, I'm pushing more towards innovation. Somebody needs to actually create, we already are in talk for food and agriculture with the Philippines, and a lot of it revolves around the carbon footprints, but there will be others that we need to discuss under Borneo. These are just the initial partners. So thank you once again for your support and engagement in this exciting journey. When we say women do show action, we do. We don't just sit around in a square table like this. We do bring forward our partners and we put our skate on. We will make sure that Nusantara is very welcome. Sabah and Sarawak, Sabah particularly, will actually continue its ecotourism, and Brunei will uphold its state Islamic nation and its oil and hopefully efficiency in those. Thank you very much for today, and we look forward to more partners in the future. Thank you, Chair.
A round of applause for the implementation partners. Thank you, Puan Haslina. We will now invite the territorial representatives and partners to share some remarks. As we will need to keep our time, please ensure your intervention is no more than 1 minute. The floor is yours.
Who would like to say first? Let's start from, may I start from the Brunei first, and then to Sabah, Sarawak, and then after that Kalimantan. You know, silakan Bapak. Terima kasih.
Please, sir.
Okay. On behalf of the Brunei National Chamber of Commerce, my name, Haji Abdul Saman, the President. With me, some of the Brunei delegations, and I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate and wish that the BEC is going to materialize soon with the new, with another meeting going on in Pontianak sometime in November, inshallah. Thank you.
Thank you, Bapak. Thank you very much. Thanks so much. Appreciate it. just to have everybody informed about the November, because just Haslina mentioned about it. So what we are trying to do is to have this call of action. So after this, after we have signed this, basically Borneo Economic Community, we say we should make it into a gear one and start that actions. And that's why we're proposing to have in Pontianak in November, to have like the first Borneo Economic Community Summit, so that we can have the private sectors from all the Borneo's family to actually participate in all the businesses. And at the same time, we'll be also inviting each of the governors in Kalimantan, chief ministers of Sabah and Sarawak, and of course from Brunei. So that there is both the private and also the public sectors. And we hope also at that summit we'll come together to create a joint committee between the Borneo Economic Community of the private sectors and also with the public sector, which is the governments, just to have everyone in it. And we like to ask your support to do this, and so that hopefully we can do it, so that time is in essence. I say action, action, action. So with it, I would like to just invite Sabah. Is it? Is it?
We would like to invite Dato' Muhammad Hasnal bin Dato' Ayub to share an intervention.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera kepada semua. Dan delegasi daripada Sabah, we wish to thank the chair first. And then the invitation came very abruptly. But still, I think we're going to subscribe to the concept of, I think it's a very good concept. I think if it's driven by private sectors, then maybe we can see a lot of things moving in the future. And I'm very happy to be here, and look forward to the next one in Pontianak. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Dato' Sabah. Please, who's next?
I would like to invite Dato' Jonathan Chai Vontuk, the Associated Chinese Chambers of Commerce and Industry of Sarawak, to share an intervention. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Arshad and Puan Haslina Tai, and greetings from Sarawak Business Federation as well as ACCCIS from Sarawak. My name is Jonathan Chai. I'm the Secretary General for both organizations. First of all, I would like to congratulate on the signing of this Statement of Cooperation. As I have also spoken in Brunei, I'm very much in favor of the idea initiated by Pak Arshad, and this is important for regional cooperation. Actually, I'm very much in favor of the name Borneo Economic Council. I don't know why it changed to Borneo Economic Community. But anyway, I hope that there will be also representation from the government. I think it's very important that the government representatives from all the regions to participate so that we could resolve the problem more effectively. Especially, as I mentioned previously, the long-standing problem of the cross-border trade between Tebeduk and Antikong, and we hope that it could be opened up soon to intensify the bilateral trade between Sarawak and Kalimantan. And with the impending relocation of the Indonesian capital to East Kalimantan, I foresee that BEC will play a greater role in the regional cooperation between all parties. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Jonathan. Thank you so much. And yes, I think if you agree, I mean, yes, we put community rather than council, sir. But I think more important is not the name, but I think it's what we're going to do. So I hope you can accept that, Pak Jonathan. But again, I think I noted on the cross-border trades. I think that's a key factors, and this is why I think we should have this Borneo Economic Community and how the again the communication interaction between the local governments, which is the Kalimantan governments, with all the governors there, also with the chief ministers in Sabah, Sarawak, and Labuan, and of course Brunei. And I think this is one of the things that during the ASEAN Economic Ministers meeting, one of the conclusions that we have decided is that the government welcome to create a joint committee between the private and the government, which never been done before. That's to make sure this is where we say we are doing a co-driving seat. And so it is actually the birth of ASEAN Incorporated, which is basically the public and private working together. Thank you, Pak Jonathan. Please, who's next?
Just to add on to that, Arshad, I just thought that we just thought that community will be a little bit more proactive, like Arshad was saying. It's definitely not going to be as grand, but definitely more actionable than the European Economic Community. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Haslina.
Thank you.
Please.
Moving on to the next speaker, we would like to invite Mr. Roger Chan Seongbo to share his intervention, please.
Okay. Pak Azad, Puan Haslina, partners and friends of Borneo. I also did the same in the Brunei gathering, voicing my strong support for Pak Azad idea of this Borneo Economic Community. And I like to voice again, especially our chamber, Sarawak Australia Business Chamber, support for Pak Azad call for private and public partnership. In fact, our chamber has included both private and public sector in our council member. For example, our deputy president is a director of economic planning unit and quite a number of senior public servants. Even our advisors are the deputy premier as well as the state secretary for the chamber. Now, we believe that Sarawak has advantages in a very long-standing links with Indonesia, especially Kalimantan, Brunei, Sabah, Labuan, the team Borneo. With Sarawak spearheading into the renewable energy, green hydrogen, carbon capture and storage, this is very much in line with Borneo Economic Community mission of Borneo, turning Borneo as the green economy hub in ASEAN. And also with Indonesia mega projects of the new green capital Nusantara in Kalimantan. Also with Sabah, Sarawak and Brunei linking up closer together via the Pan-Borneo Highway. These are indeed very exciting time and great moments for Borneo economy. I think the timing is very right and the moment is now to strengthen and concretize those long-standing links among us and spearheading into a greater intra-Borneo economic community. We look forward very much to contribute and add values towards the Borneo economic community. My personal tag is Borneo Economic Community, BEC, also stand for the best, one of the best economic community in ASEAN. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Roger. Thank you so much. Oh yeah, before I forgot also, because I just want to mention that, you know, for the Pontianak Business Borneo Summit, I would like to later propose actually to create a small task force from everyone, so that at least we can do maybe perhaps a Zoom meeting or something like that, and which to prepare for that. And so we need the inputs from, all from Kalimantan's provinces, from Sabah, Sarawak, and also from Brunei and Labuan. So then we can create a better planning for the November. Okay. If everyone agrees that, I would like to do that later as a joint task force, and I will ask someone from our side in Kadin to actually organize that together.
Maybe, but Asad, because November we are talking about roughly 2 months away.
Yes.
So we're planning perhaps, if possible, to fix a date earlier.
Yes,
Yeah.
I will be able to fix the date. I will ask Pak Yuki, when is the date for November ya, Pontianak? Tanggalnya belum tahu ya, Pak? Belum. Okay. I think we can decide here afterwards, Pak, on the dates of the November, and then we can actually. And I would like to have a task force done by today, but if possible, just names first, so that we can actually work together to prepare for that. But rest assured, from Kadin Indonesia, we are fully in support of this, and so we will back this up, for the event itself. Okay. Thank you, Pak Roger. Please, announcers next, please.
Thank you, Mr. Roger and Bapak Arshad. We would like to invite Mr. Daniel Doty from Labuan Chamber of Commerce, the president of the chamber, to share his intervention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor to be here. I'm going to cut it short because, in a way, we have technically been dropped in pretty much like last minute. I think you are aware of this as well. We were not in Brunei, so we don't really know the backstory. So it's so typical that I think Labuan is such a small island. So sometimes, generally, people just forgot about us, right? So since I'm here, quite a big size, I would like to emphasize that we came here with a 3-person team, including my deputy and also our treasurer. We want to emphasize our commitment to what is going on, to emphasize our commitment towards the effort that has been put in. But at the same time, I think since Labuan is so easily forgotten because of its small size, I would like to take the opportunity to emphasize 2 things. Because Borneo as a whole, Sabah, Sarawak, Kalimantan, Brunei, you guys are technically connected, on land, right? And Labuan is an island by itself, although it's part of federal territory, right? But, I mean, I don't want to go back to history, but there you go. So, there's 2 things, 2 strengths that I think I need to really speak up, and at least we remember this. Number 1 is that one of the key strengths of Labuan International Business Financial Center lies in the extensive network, registered licensed companies. As it is, we have boosted around 5,000 companies, making it as one of the preferred destination international business activities. These companies span across various industry and sector, including financial services with 68 offshores and investment bank, 230 insurance and insurance related, the rest of the companies of shipping, trading, and consultancies. Labuan IBFC robust regulatory framework ensures that all registered and licensed companies adhere to stringent standards, compliance, and transparency. So Labuan IBFC is an attractive choice. I think that we need to position perhaps so that Labuan is not forgotten to Labuan IBFC. The latest one, I think people don't know much, is that Labuan geographical advantage is as a one-stop transshipment hub. There was recently approval for 6 berthing area with up to 35 meters for very large crude carrier and QMAX size vessels to do ship-to-ship transshipment in Labuan. So these are the new things that's happening in Labuan. And I think if we were to look at how are we going to position and pivot Borneo economic growth in the future, we also need to really look at the strength of each state and position it. Sometimes I think one of the failure of a nearby country, right, nearby state on different places is they compete too much. They've forgotten to really complement and strengthen and position that space, right? For example, transshipment, you grow it. For example, IBFC, you grow it. and then eventually, if it's a competition within too close area, can be quite challenging as well, right? So I think there are certain things that we need to to really fine tune, and I hope that they will be part of a conversation in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pak. And I think this is where the time is good that we have this discussion, and so I think they'll be very fruitful. I mean, how Labuan play in this, and so everyone understand and can then be able to create these complementary values within all of us. Yeah. Thank you, Bapak from Labuan. Next, please, announcer.
Thank you, Pak Arsyad. We would like to invite representatives from Kadin to share any intervention before we wrap up, and also have interventions from our implementation partners and governors.
All right. Maybe I would like to just invite anyone from I think who's going to, from Kadin, so that is a shorter period of time. Just to, so everyone knows that we have Kadin in East Kalimantan, South Kalimantan, North Kalimantan, West Kalimantan, and Central Kalimantan. So there's 5 Kadins in the Borneo. Okay. So with that, I would like to have Pak, he's from representing West Kalimantan, and Pak Rizky to actually, perhaps on behalf of all the 5 Kadin of Kalimantan. Please, Pak Rizky.
Thank you, Pak Arsyad. I think I'm representing for all the Kadin Kalimantan, and we congratulate to you, Pak Arsyad and Bu Waslina, for declaration of the Borneo Economic Community. Since Pak Arsyad and Bu Waslina already mentioned that the event on November will be held at Pontianak. Yep, will be held at Pontianak, and I assure you, Pak Arsyad and Bu Waslina, we will fully support it for the event. Thank you, Pak.
Thank you, Pak Rizky. So, Pak Rizky represents from West Kalimantan. So basically, Pontianak is in West Kalimantan. So the West Kalimantan Kadin will be hosting there in Kalimantan. Of course, will be supported by all the Kalimantan Kadins and also by Kadin Indonesia. And that's why I think this task force will be great for all of us, because I really want to make sure that it's an inclusive, so that everyone's ideas and thinking of what we should have, and so that we can arrange it more effectively, more efficiently, and is for the benefit of all of us. Okay. Thank you. Announcer?
Thank you, Pak Arsyad. We would like to invite Pak Zainal Arifin Paliwang to share an intervention. Thank you.
Thank you, terima kasih. Sorry, I will convey my remarks in Indonesian.
Apologies, I will convey my remarks in Indonesian. Distinguished ASEAN Business Advisory Council and also Chairman of Kadin, Mr. Arsyad Rashid. Also distinguished IKN Authority, represented by Agung Wicaksana. Distinguished ASEAN Business Advisory Council, Bu Harlina in Brunei, and Governor of West Kalimantan, the Head of State Government of Sabah, Sarawak, Labuan, and also all the Chairman of Commerce.
Hadir di sini.
I'm very grateful that I am able to attend this event today, and I'm extremely proud as well that I'm able to participate in this Borneo Business Roundtable as part of the Business and Investment Summit of ASEAN. On behalf of myself and the government of North Kalimantan, I'm very proud of this endeavor, and I'm glad to be able to attend. We see that economic growth in this era faces various strategic issues. For example, with regard to the infrastructure of Trans-Kalimantan as well as the industrial parks for green industries in Indonesia, we see that there are issues of borders which are logistical limitations due to the conditions in North Kalimantan. We're aware that geographically North Kalimantan is located in an area where we have the Sulawesi Ocean and the Makassar Strait. And we are close to places that are part of Malaysia and Tawi-Tawi and the Philippines. So North Kalimantan is very strategically located. What's most important here is that we have a locomotive for growth in North Kalimantan, which is the green economy in Indonesia. This is part of Indonesia's agenda, where we are trying to open up opportunities for investment amounting to $132 billion. This is for green industry in Indonesia, and we're going to have approximately 300,000 hectares of land. We're preparing 30,000 hectares of land, and we have reached 11,000 at this time. So we're almost at 50% of the land preparation for this green energy. We also have new and renewable energies, as well as green products such as petrochemicals, electronics, aluminum, and silicon battery industries, as well as solar PV panels. This green industry area will also be available for hydropower plants, which is going to generate over 13,000 megawatts. We are hoping that we have 20,000 megawatts to electrify the Nusantara capital, as well as Kalimantan and Sulawesi. The potential of North Kalimantan is extraordinary. And in Mantarang, we've already started that with the support of His Excellency Mr. President. And I think that we are second to China in terms of the dam that we are making here. And we have approximately 9,000 megawatts in Mantarang. We also have companies including Sarawak Energy in this hydropower plant in Mantarang. So we see that there's a huge potential for North Kalimantan to be involved in green economies, especially considering the expanse of forest that Kalimantan has, as well as its mangrove area. Of these strategic issues, we can see that North Kalimantan has great opportunity to be a more progressive area. And we also have natural gas, as well as coal and gold, as well as renewable energy, of course. I, along with my fellow officials in North Kalimantan, are ready to assist with overcoming various obstacles that we may have in North Kalimantan. And we are here to help capacity build for the human resources in that area. We also have environmental conservation, which will proceed in line with the construction and development of this region. We have a protected forest in North Kalimantan amounting to 1.5 hectares in Mantarang. And this is the lungs of the world. And we are still maintaining this, safeguarding this, to ensure that there's no logging in this area. And we have 1.2 hectares in this area. And what we've done is to have a flight that is direct. This is because of COVID. We also have it from Tawi-Tawi. This has great potential. And we also have trade to Tawau, which has already been established. But we see that there are some people who are still smuggling goods in, and this does not contribute to the local customs and excise taxes. We also see that there are some fishing activities in the Tawau area, but not all of it is in accordance with the regulations. However, we can take a look at this and open more economic lanes for this and contribute to Borneo. So this is very good that we have this Borneo Business Roundtable. We also have rice, which is consumed by other countries as well, including Brunei. This is something that we export along with salt from the mountains, and we have a potential for livestock farming, specifically with regard to bulls. And we have transportation modes that can be used, and we can go overland. I've tried this out, and we are very happy to report that despite the challenges, this can already be done. That's all for me to report. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Immediate action man, I really like him. Bapak yang diceritakan, jadinya Pak Megan dengan Pak Santos.
So, Mr. Megan and Mr. Santos, I think what's very important is that we register the land in that area for carbon credits, right?
Some of those areas, the businesses, the food, you know, Pak Dino, when we first started looking at trying to implement what Pak Arshad was saying, we look at products of Borneo as opposed to Sabah, Sarawak, Brunei, product of Borneo going into the rest of the world. But credential untuk transaksi di digital yang paling important antara food, carbon, etc. We will start the register under Dagang Borneo. So that's one of the intention today, is to register all the businesses, all the individuals, and all the land and whatever we need to actually start. Inshallah, Pak Megan under ICAC will try and build the carbon credits, and we lower the carbon offset di Borneo inilah one day. So I know that the partners want to say something, but there is lunch where we can talk even in greater depth. I know Labuan, some of the Labuan representatives just come in, but it was hot when we discussed this in Borneo, because Pak Arshad was the one that represented the Nusantara, and they got really excited. So in between that and today's meeting, there are a lot of work. So take advantage of the lunch later on. It is hosted by Dagang Borneo, and the three partners, if I can hold you back. But I think I said to invite half a second, because our poor chair, in the last day and a half more, he's actually sitting here on penalty seconds. So I'm just aware that I'm owing him some penalty hours here. So if we can just do, I think Dr. Iglesias, and then half a second from the partners, please. Thank you. Sorry, Chair.
Saya lupa tadi satu, mohon maaf. Setengah menit.
So I'd just like to say that we had a meeting on the Trans-Borneo Railways, and all of the North Kalimantan governors have signed the commitment to this, to support the implementation of this, and we hope that it will be realized quickly for the connectivity of the Borneo as a region with Brunei, Malaysia, the entirety of Borneo. Thank you.
Terima kasih. I want to speak in Indonesia. Yang saya hormati pimpinan pemerintah negara Brunei, Darussalam, Sabah, dan Sarawak, beserta Kamar Dagang dan Industrinya. Yang saya hormati para pejabat pemerintahan regional Kalimantan, ada Bapak Gubernur Kalimantan Utara, yang mewakili Gubernur Kalimantan Timur, Kalimantan Selatan, dan
Governors of North Kalimantan, Central Kalimantan, East Kalimantan, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, head of the business community and also the head of Indonesia Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Mr. Rashid, and also representatives of the chamber from Kalimantan. Thank you for appointing West Kalimantan for the summit in Pontianak in November. There are several things that I need to convey in this forum. Firstly, regarding West Kalimantan's strategic position. So, West Kalimantan is one of Indonesia's strategic position, and it is located in the sea channel, one of the main sea channels. We have the Kijing port as the national super hub that connects our new capital in East Kalimantan with Java and Sumatra, and also the Asian East, Asia, North America, and then South Asia, Europe, Africa, and also as the new national capital terrace, or the Beranda IKN. And the existing land routes currently, we have the Pontianak Palangkaraya Nusantara land route through Nanggaela, heading towards Central Kalimantan, and then we have a land route from Pontianak, Putu Sibau, Nangaera, and then to IKN, or the Nusantara, the new capital. And then the West Kalimantan economic sector is indeed experiencing a slowdown in terms of production. Only the mining sector have been contracted up to 2-digit, minus 12.06%. And then in terms of export, it's also quite contracted, minus 35.19%. And then the gross fixed capital is 8.62%. In addition to its strategic geographical condition, West Kalimantan has been blessed with bauxite, and the mining sector in West Kalimantan is the second highest after the food and plantation sector. And then there was a policy to cease bauxite export in June 2023, and it's been followed up to drive the downstream industry and also to invite export-oriented investment. That's why now we have 3 smelters. In Indonesia, there are 3 smelters. 2 among of the 3 is in West Kalimantan, which is PT Indonesia Chemical Alumina, with a capacity of 300,000 tons, and Well Harvest Winning, with a capacity of 2 million tons of smelter-grade alumina per year. On the other side, we also have an great investment opportunity, and it is why it is strategic, and this is related to the plan to build the new capital, and one of it is to drive the investment target from the private sector. And then West Kalimantan has the largest bauxite reserve, 2.1 billion ton per greenfield, and there are 90 IUPs in Indonesia. And then there are 2 smelter factories producing or having a production capacity of 2.3 million tons. We also have 8 smelters. It is in the construction process, and the plan for its total input capacity is 27.41 million tons, and the alumina production capacity plan is 9.98 million tons. We also have 2 national priority industrial estates and 7 other industrial estates, and it's already included in our current special planning, which is being revised right now. We have 3 bordering territories in Antikong, Arung, and Nanggabadao. And of course, this can be an economic corridor for our natural resources, like non-timber forest production. We have the Kopi Liberica of West Kalimantan, and we also have the livestock supply chain. This is the import of Australian beef from Borneo Food Indotama. We have the meatballs, beef meatballs. And we also have to assist in maintaining the food resilience in West Kalimantan. And I think there are many potentials in West Kalimantan. If I'm not mistaken, in Bengkayang, there are many beautiful natural resources potential there. That's all from my side. Thank you again for designating West Kalimantan to hold EEC Summit. Thank you, BC Summit. And our governor sends his remarks. He cannot be here because he has just been inaugurated as the governor. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
So because of the situation of the time, what I would like to propose is the following. Number one is that for the task force itself, we will ask the Secretariat of ASEAN BAC to actually reach out to all of you here, and then so that you can get inputs of who should be representing from each party that have committed to this Borneo Economic Community, in which from in Indonesia perspective, we will have representation from Kadin Indonesia, and also from each of the Kadin provinces in Indonesia. And I hope to have the same for Sabah, Sarawak, and Brunei, who should be there. And we'll reach out. And with that, I would like to also propose the framework of discussion is that if we can align it with the priorities of ASEAN, which is basically number one is digital transformation. Number two is sustainable development. From this sustainable development, it's a very big word. It's basically, energy transition is there, and net zero, carbon centers, all these are in this under the sustainable development. And then number three is health resilience, which is something that we should be thinking about also on the aspect of health within that areas. And then number four is food security. This is where just now I think everyone is trying to share what we can actually do together within Borneo. And of course, the fifth is trade and investment facilitation, which is how to increase trades among among Borneos, and also intra-investment within Borneos. And of course, besides that, I think there's two. I would like to propose also connectivity discussion, whether the connectivity is a physical connectivity and also digital connectivity. And of course, tourism, which is part of it. But if you have any other ideas, at least this is just to start with what I'm thinking about of the priorities and discussion we should have. But and so during that Borneo Business Summit, that is something that we can actually perhaps design the agenda and design the programs towards those directions. Any questions from anybody? If there is no, I would like to end during lunchtime. Of course, as my friend Puan Haslina mentioned, we can have more discussion and have a direct engagement with everyone. And in Bahasa, they call it tak kenal tak sayang. So hopefully, after you kenal, everybody knows each other, will be more sayang. So because at the end of the day, this is the ASEAN way, it's the love way. Right. So anybody, any more comments from everyone? If not, shall we conclude that for now? Okay. So I would like to say thank you very much for everyone. I know you travel so far to come here, and I really appreciate it. Very, very much appreciate it. But I think it is important to have this birth of the Borneo Economic Community during the ASEAN summit. And this is to show and symbolizes how we in ASEAN can work together and creating this ASEAN centrality, innovating for a greater inclusivity. So with that, thank you very much, Ibu-ibu, Bapak-bapak semuanya, and appreciate very much for being here. Sampai jumpa lagi di bulan November di Pontianak. Dengan demikian,
see you again in Pontianak. May God's blessings and peace be upon you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will continue our roundtable at the networking lunch, where we will witness the signing of the bilateral MOUs between Dynamic Technologies with implementation partners TrustGrid, Indonesia Climate Exchange ICX, and Trade Waltz for BEC. We will also have a help desk at the lunch venue registration of interest to Dagang Borneo Digital Marketplace. We will have the dynamic team to assist you with the registration. You will need to exit the room as we have another roundtable scheduled after this. You may find the exit at the front of the room. The team will be ushering you to the networking lunch at Taman Sari. For the Indonesian delegates, please remain in the room. Please join us at the networking lunch at Taman Sari at the hotel, please.
Arahin yung tamu negara.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, please rise. And please welcome the President of the Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Mr. Joko Widodo, and all ASEAN leaders. Ladies and gentlemen, you may now be seated. Your Majesty, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the ASEAN Indo-Pacific Forum, the implementation of the ASEAN Outlook on the Indo-Pacific, a flagship event organized by Indonesia as part of our ASEAN chairmanship in 2023, and a platform for ASEAN member states and all of our dearest partners from public and private sectors to together promote inclusive dialogue and cooperation. As we welcome everyone, ladies and gentlemen, allow us to extend our profound gratitude and warmest welcome as we present to you a special performance, A Million Dreams, a wonderful display of ASEAN unity that hopes to serve as a reminder to all of us that together we stand, our world, our dreams, our future.
In a world where possibilities are limitless, where dreams are the currency of hope, we come together to weave the tapestry of our collective desires. The true magic happens when we join hands, when we unite our aspirations into a beautiful symphony.
I close my eyes and I can see the world that's waiting up for me, that I call my own. They can say it all sounds crazy. We can live in the world that we desire. 'Cause every night I lie in bed, the brightest colors fill my head. A million dreams are keeping me awake. I think of what the world could be, a vision of the one I see. A million dreams is all it's gonna take. Oh, a million dreams for the world we're gonna make. We may be right, we may be wrong, but I wanna bring you along to the world I see, to the world we close our eyes to see. We close our eyes to see.
Let us give the biggest round of applause for A Million Dreams. Your Majesty, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we kindly invite the Minister of the State-Owned Enterprises of the Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Erick Thohir, to deliver his remarks.
Good afternoon. His Excellency, President of the Republic of Indonesia, Presiden Jokowi Widodo, Majesty and Excellencies, Asian leaders who are present this morning, Majesty, His Excellency, Secretary General of Asians, Excellency of Asian Ministers, all international organization leaders, distinguished delegates and guests. It is with great honors and delight that we welcome all of you to Indonesia and the inaugurations of the ASEAN Indo-Pacific Forum, implementations of the ASEAN's outlooks of Indo-Pacifics. Today, we stand at a moment of opportunity, a moment of responsibility. We gather to construct a future that is more connected, more prosperous, and more sustainable for the Asian and Indo-Pacific regions. The ASEAN outlooks on the Indo-Pacific becomes a part of our efforts to strengthen regional corporations and promote more sustainable development. As we assume that ASEAN chairman this year, we are inspired by the ASEAN outlooks and the President Jokowi Widodo's leadership to make ASEAN a true epicentrum of the growth and keep peace, security, stability, and also prosperity in the Indo-Pacific. It is the spirit that we are here today. This forum is a part of ASEAN chairmanship in 2023, serve as a platform for constructive dialogues and advance of inclusive and concrete collaborations between public, private, and state-owned enterprises. We will involve in leader talks, panel discussions, and business matching with a focus of 3 essential areas: green infrastructures and resilient supply chains, digital transformations and creative economy, as well as sustainable and innovative financings. In the face of complex global challenge, Indonesia government, through our state-owned enterprises, actively collaborate with global partners to address issues across various sectors. For example, by forming strategic alliance to build a battery value chain ecosystems, cooperating and expanding connectivity and digitalizations across the regions, and participating in regional infrastructure development. This example represents the transformative power of regional cooperative for the collective progress of the Asians and Indo-Pacific communities. This is our sincere hope. The discussion and the engagement in this forum will be inspire a new partnerships, strengthening existing relationships, and generate innovative solutions to the challenge we are facing today. Thank you for attention, and I extend my warmest wishes to productive and successful forum. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Your Majesty, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is only with the greatest pleasure and honor that we shall invite to the stage the President of the Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Mr. Joko Widodo, to deliver his remarks.
Sri Baginda, Yang mulia para pemimpin ASEAN, hadirin sekalian yang saya hormati. Kita patut bersyukur di tengah melemahnya ekonomi dunia, ekonomi ASEAN terbukti tangguh dan terus tumbuh melebihi pertumbuhan ekonomi global dan kawasan lainnya. Dengan populasi sebesar 680 juta jiwa, ASEAN juga merupakan pasar yang potensial dengan peluang investasi yang menjanjikan. Namun, kawasan kita tidak imun dari berbagai tantangan global dan rivalitas geopolitik yang menajam, khususnya potensi konflik di Indo-Pasifik. Untuk itu, ASEAN Indo-Pacific Forum hadir untuk mengubah rivalitas di Indo-Pasifik menjadi kerjasama yang bermanfaat, serta membangun habit of cooperation yang win-win formula tanpa satupun merasa dikucilkan. ASEAN Indo-Pacific Forum memiliki 3 agenda utama, yaitu pertama, infrastruktur hijau dan rantai pasok yang resilient. Ekonomi ASEAN akan tumbuh lebih kokoh melalui hilirisasi industri dan pembangunan ekosistem EV. Adalah contoh konkret membangun rantai pasok kawasan. Yang kedua, pembiayaan yang berkelanjutan dan inovatif. ASEAN membutuhkan 29,4 triliun US dollar untuk transisi energi dan dibutuhkan skema pembiayaan yang inovatif melalui kemitraan yang profitable dan sustainable. Yang ketiga, transformasi digital dan ekonomi kreatif. Ekonomi digital di ASEAN di tahun 2030 diperkirakan tumbuh hingga 1 triliun US dollar dan adopsi inovasi digital perlu diperkuat untuk mendukung ekonomi kreatif dan UMKM. Yang mulia, saya mengapresiasi dukungan dan kontribusi negara ASEAN dan mitra ASEAN sehingga telah terkumpul 93 proyek kerjasama senilai 38,2 miliar US dollar dan 73 proyek potensial senilai 17,8 miliar US dollar. Ini mencerminkan komitmen kita to walk the talk, membangun Indo-Pasifik yang damai, yang stabil, dan yang makmur. Semoga ikhtiar kita dapat memberikan manfaat yang besar bagi rakyat di kawasan dan dunia. Dan dengan ini saya nyatakan ASEAN Indo-Pacific Forum resmi dibuka. Terima kasih.
And now allow us to invite to the stage all distinguished ASEAN members to join the President of the Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Mr. Joko Widodo, on stage for a group photo session. First, the formal pose. Allow us to do a countdown in 3, 2, 1. And our second photograph will be taken with the ASEAN Way handshake, right hand over the left. In 3, 2, 1. Thank you very much, Your Majesty and all excellencies, and the Presidents of the Republic of Indonesia and all ASEAN leaders. Kindly proceed to Ballroom 1 to explore the exhibition. We kindly welcome and invite the Presidents of the Republic of Indonesia and all ASEAN leaders to explore the exhibition located in Ballroom 1. The exhibition showcases inclusive, innovative, groundbreaking, and collaborative ideas and projects that reflect the spirit of ASEAN as the epicentrum of growth. Ladies and gentlemen, as we've come to the end of our opening ceremony of the ASEAN Indo-Pacific Forum, we'd like to kindly inform that all participants that our first plenary session on the subject of general outlook on the region will begin at 2:15 p.m. in this very ballroom. So we invite everyone to please join us on the first plenary discussion. Thank you very much, everyone, and have a great rest of the day. Thank you.
Leaders of ASEAN member states. Welcome to the ASEAN Indo-Pacific Forum 2023 Showcase Area. The showcase tour will be led by Minister of State-Owned Enterprises of the Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Erick Thohir.
Mr. President, Your Majesty and Excellencies, welcome to IPF exhibitions. We are showcasing strategic projects for different sectors: green infrastructures, sustainable financing, digital transformations, and creative economy. We're also showing that Indonesia's state-owned enterprise are building concrete partnerships with global companies to build ecosystem to make ASEAN the epicenter of growth. Jadi Pak, ini semua kerjasama antara
Ya, Yang terhormat Pak President and distinguished guests, I am from Sun Cable, a company that's helping ASEAN transform interconnectivity power projects. In Indonesia and Australia and Singapore, we're developing the world's largest solar power project, 20 gigawatts, the world's longest transmission system from Australia to Singapore, and we are building the world's largest battery. We are also investing $2.5 billion in Indonesia. We're creating 7,500 new jobs for Indonesia, and we are helping to think about connecting Eastern Indonesia. We are helping Singapore decarbonize by providing low-cost electricity to Singapore, decarbonizing the economy. We are also, Bapak, exploring connectivity in Eastern Indonesia, from Java to Kalimantan. We're looking at Kalimantan to Sulawesi. We're looking from Sumba, Sumbawa, Lombok and Bali, for using undersea cables. It's the future of energy, and we are here to help ASEAN become interconnected through power. Thank you very much, Pak. Silakan, dan terima kasih banyak atas dukungannya. And the President of Indonesia has been very, very helpful in making our project move forward. And we're very, very grateful. Matur nuwun, Pak. Terima kasih banyak. And thank you, leaders, for your attention. Yeah, grid and power. Energy, solar PV, sama nanti angin, Pak. Yeah, terima kasih.
Thank you, Your Excellencies. So I would introduce the Indonesian Battery Corporation. We are now working with the two biggest EV battery players in the world. And the investment is over $10 billion. And what we are creating is actually from our nickel mine all the way to the nickel matte, nickel sulfate, and the batteries. So this is all integrated. And as you can see, now we can have the battery cells put into the batteries. Now the batteries itself, we can see that we have developed the battery management system. And Your Excellency, this is a very good cooperation for the ASEAN, because we have enough nickel and batteries to supply the ASEAN requirements. So I think the cooperation in the future for the EV batteries and EV ecosystem will be very beneficial, not just for the ASEAN region, but for the entire Asia-Pacific region. If you have any... Yes, we will have one standard, Mr. President. So as you can see, we have the battery swapping system so that the motorcycle can easily swap the batteries, not just charging. So it will take only 30 seconds to swap. So this is very important for the ride hailers. So we have this also in the cooperation, and would be very good kind of a business cooperation to have this kind of infrastructure of the EV ecosystem. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Pak Presiden, Majesty, Excellency, Pertamina geothermal present installed capacity right now at 670 megawatts. With 35 years of experience, we are going international, we're going abroad. But our immediate goal right now is to be 1 gigawatt companies in 2 years. With that, we are constructing in South Sumatra a 55 megawatts geothermal plant to electrify about 55,000 houses in South Sumatra. The project location is in Muara Enim in South Sumatra, around 300 kilometers from Palembang. This is an extension project of Lumut Bala Unit 1, 55 megawatts. Now we're building 55 megawatts Unit 2. The resource capacity is 220 megawatts. The cooperation of the projects is between Japan, China, and Indonesia. From Japan, Marubeni Corporation. From China, SEPCO 3, a power construction company. And from Indonesia, Wika Wijaya Karya. And JICA, Japanese International Cooperation Agency, is helping the loan around USD 700 millions. So the objective of the project is to make sure we are mitigating climate change, we are supporting the 23% electrification by renewable, and of course, to reduce the 580,000 CO2 equivalent per year CO2 equivalent. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Thank you, Pak. Thank you. Thank you.
Selamat siang, Bapak Presiden. And I'm representing the PLN, the National Electric Company, and we begin the journey of the net zero emissions 2 years ago. We already removed 13 gigawatt of coal in the planning phase. We already devised the greenest national electricity planning in the history of Indonesia. 51.6% additional generation capacity is coming from renewable energy. Now, we come up with the accelerated renewable energy development. There is a mismatch between the location of the large-scale renewable energy in those remote areas with the epicentrum of demand in Java. That's why we built what we call the green enabling supergrid. With that kind of a supergrid, we are able to increase the additional generation capacity. 32 gigawatt is coming from renewable energy. 32 gigawatt, Bapak. And then also, we built a new smart grid, hence increasing the variable renewable energy from 5 gigawatt to 28 gigawatt. This is mainly a solar and wind. In that regard, we are able to achieve the net zero emission by 2060. There is roughly additional 150 billion US dollars, and that's going to be the presidential regulation of the accelerated renewable energy development. And this is one example of the project. Is to 192 megawatt peak, the largest floating solar power plants in Cirata. Cirata. And this is also the collaboration with Masdar, United Arab Emirates. And this is, for example, is this, how we built the launching pad here, and we employ roughly 1,500 local indigenous employees. Actually, we train in Cirata. And this is, we only use roughly 25% of the capacity. So we are able to increase this to become roughly 1 gigawatt capacity. But Pak, sudah siap untuk diresmikan tanggal 27 Oktober ya Pak? Ya Pak. Ya Pak. Jadi sudah lebih. And the accelerated renewable energy development is going to be the new platform, how we going to be able to harness every single potential of renewable energy, wind, solar, hydro, geothermal, and even current. And then also, this is based on the collaboration. Thank you. and this is also a baseline for the Asian power grid, because there will be additional connection to Malaysia, to Sabah, and then also to Singapore. Terima kasih.
Should we start? Welcome to Bank Rakyat Indonesia Showcase, Your Majesty and Excellencies, Mr. President and senior leaders. BRI is the largest ultra-micro and MSMEs banking group in Indonesia. So here, UMI was aimed to serve the underserved of about 45 million ultra-micro customers in Indonesia. And we are giving access to banking services for bankable and feasible businesses, as well as providing empowerment programs in accordance with the customers' bankability and feasibility, in the hope that they can be lifted up and becoming commercial customers. To reduce the operational costs and risk of serving the ultra-micro segments, we implement the Senyum Mobile. So these Senyum Mobiles is platforms for pipeline management as well as loan originations. With that, then the approval process of loans can be lowered to only 1 day. And right now, UMI and ultra-micro and micro segment contribute about 45%, 48% of BRI portfolio, which is very huge actually. And it's now becoming the key driver for Bank Rakyat Indonesia to go further into the future. And move on to the bridging agent. It's our innovations in fostering the financial inclusiveness of Indonesia. So with that, actually, our customers is provided by an app to serve the community around them 24/7. And we also, as a part of our contributions to the what do we call net zero emissions, we also have the so-called BRI tree planting movement. We are targeting in 2023 we will plant about 1.7 million trees in 2023. Last but not least, we also empower villages through the so-called Brilliant Village, now reaching out to 2,449 villages all over Indonesia. Thank you.
Mr. President, Your Majesty, and Your Excellencies, as the largest bank in Indonesia, Bank Mandiri is committed to support government's initiative on ESG. As of June 2023, our sustainable portfolio is 241 trillion rupiah, which is 25% of our total loan. And the share of green financing is 115 trillion rupiah. With this number, we have the biggest market share in green financing in Indonesia. In operation, we are proud to be the first bank to implement digital carbon tracking and committed to achieve net zero emission on operation by 2030. With this platform, we can actively monitor the reduction on emission at all our branches all over Indonesia. And we aim to become Indonesia's sustainability champion for a better future. Thank you.
Bapak Presiden, Your Excellencies, Your Majesty, welcome to the Blue and Green booth. My name is Donnie, I'm the Vice Chairman for Standard Chartered Bank for ASEAN. And Standard Chartered is the only international bank that operates in all the 10 ASEAN markets. We're very proud to be in the region. We've been here in many of the markets in ASEAN for over 150 years. Within the sustainability space, Standard Chartered is committed to be net zero by 2030 from our own operations. And we are going to be net zero from our own financing, so meaning actually all the clients that we finance by 2050. We committed $200 billion to support the sustainable finance by 2030. For ASEAN, we are also basically leading actually the Global Financial Alliance for Net Zero for the JETP, Just Energy Transition Partnership, $20 billion for Indonesia and $15.5 billion for Vietnam as part of the private sector sort of financing. Some of the projects actually that we have done here, the PLN CEO, Pak Darmo, actually has mentioned about Cirata, the largest floating solar panel in ASEAN. We lead the financing for that. And as you can see over here, actually we are this is going to be the largest actually in the whole of Southeast Asia and second largest in the world. We are also financing the largest power plant in Vietnam, in Hua Hai. This is 245 megawatt in Vietnam. So that's actually one of the leading renewable energy process that we have actually across ASEAN. The other point, Prime Minister, we are also setting up together with Temasek and SGX and our colleague here from DBS, the first Asia's carbon trading exchange with climate impact exchange in Singapore. So that's obviously a big thing actually now that the voluntary carbon market actually has risen. Last but not least, just to highlight to you, we have been the main state partner for many of the governments. Thailand supporting Thailand's issuance of 1.9 billion sustainability bonds, as well as supporting the largest sustainability bonds in local currency for the Republic of the Philippines in peso, $350 million. We are committed to Southeast Asia. Basically, we are here for good, and we will continue to keep our commitment actually in promoting sustainability in ASEAN. Thank you.
Your Majesty, Your Excellencies, good afternoon. Welcome to DBS booth. DBS is the largest bank in Southeast Asia, and we're strongly committed to sustainability. As a bank, we have done more than 60 billion of Sing dollar in terms of sustainable financing, and we are internally committed to go to net zero, similarly to Standard Chartered, in all our financing to 2050. In DBS, we map out the 9 sectors that creates a lot of emission, like power, auto, mining, shipping, and all that. And then we work on a path to net zero, and we track the pathway to get to net zero for these industries. In DBS Indonesia, we are trying to position ourselves to be a transition partner for our customers to work together on green solutions, sustainability-linked solutions, as well as transition loans. Some examples that we have done, we're the financial advisor for Indonesian Investment Authority, INA, helping them with the energy transition mechanism. We finance TBS Energy for a purchase of a medical waste management firm in Singapore. We have done for the ESG financing, the S part of it, we've done a social working capital loan to e-fishery, which is an aquaculture startup, and we help to make a better livelihood for the prawn and shrimp farmers. We also work on a green loan for State Grid Corporation of China, in working with PLN to do advanced metering infrastructure in Jakarta. So these are some of the green loans we have done, and we look forward to working with everybody to make the world a better place. Thank you.
Selamat sore, Pak Jokowi, Your Excellencies. Welcome to Google booth. I am Ryan, leading public affairs for Southeast Asia. In this booth, you have the information related to our commitment in supporting the region's digital economy. We focus on 2 key areas. One is on physical infrastructure, where we invest on subsea cable to make sure the internet connection in Indonesia and Southeast Asia faster. And also on the cloud region to make sure the digital transformation in businesses, supporting the businesses to grow. And we are also focusing on workforce, making sure digital literacy for all individuals in Southeast Asia becomes very, very advanced. And the region's digital economy is on track to reach $1 trillion by 2030, driven by e-commerce, travel, food delivery. So we are on track on that, but digital inclusion and awareness on environmental social governance remain like a hard work that we need to work together. And in Google, we have helped over 60 million individuals on digital skills, and we will continue to advance like the digital literacy in Southeast Asia. Thank you.
Mr. President, Your Majesty, Your Excellencies, I'm Patrice Kane, Group Chairman and CEO of Thales. We are a long-lasting partner of Indonesia, mainly involved in 3 domains. Number 1, defense, where we bring key capabilities to your country, but also know-how and knowledge. And we are going to create a joint venture with PT LAN to bring, again, technology, know-how, and high added value jobs in the country. We are as well committed to Indonesia to bridge the digital divide. Thanks to telecommunication satellites, we have delivered either to PSN Satria 1, which is the most powerful telecommunication satellite in service currently, but also to Telecom Indonesia. And last but not least, we ambition to be a partner of IKN, the new capital, to bring some unique pieces of technology, typically a digital ID wallet, cybersecurity features, digital security platform powered by AI to make this new city one of the safest cities in the world. And last but not least as well, unmanned traffic management to enable taxi drones, for instance, to as public service for each and every citizen of this new city. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, Your Majesty, Your Excellencies, I'm representing Bank Negara Indonesia 1946, Indonesia's first bank since our independence. We are one of the largest banks in Indonesia, and in line with Mr. President's direction, we are Indonesia's international bank. We cater all segments, corporate, SME, and retail. Today, we want to highlight our digital program called Expora, which is focused on small business, SME, which we launched 2 years ago. Today, we have more than 40,000 clients, SME clients, that we take to become exporters. 40,000 clients, SMEs from all over Indonesia, which we serve through 7 Expora hubs across Indonesia, west to east, and we bring them through our business matching into the international market. Going forward, we have at least 10,000 new SME clients that we will take into the international markets. What we do is we help the SMEs from the financing, training and education, digital system, cash management, and business matching. Thank you.
Welcome to Telkom Indonesia, Mr. President and Excellencies Leader ASEAN. To support digital transformation, Telkom has built 170,000 kilometers fiber optic from Sabang till Merauke. We have covered around 98% of population. This is the submarine mobile map for global connectivity. And for the digital platform, we have established data center focused on implementing sustainable and grid infrastructure. Now, we are building the hyperscale data center Batam in collaboration with Singtel, Singapore Telecommunication. And this is we have 30 data center all around Indonesia and overseas. There are Singapore, Hong Kong, and Timor-Leste. We are open to collaborate in any potential partnership to expand the data center market. Thank you.
Mr. President, Excellencies, and Your Majesty, I will present on behalf of the Injourney. Injourney is our holding company for aviation and tourism. Today I will present our project in Bali. This is our medical tourism. We developed 43 hectares in Bali for the medical tourism complex. We cooperation with Mayo Clinic for 6 center of excellence, and we also cooperate with 2 hospitals from Asian countries, one from Malaysia, the Alpha IVF, and the other one is from Thailand with the Vita Life for the wellness. The project will be open on next year, on the April next year. Thank you. This is now the project, Pak. April selesai, Pak. Semua sudah lengkap, Pak. Sudah full, Pak. Iya. Ini rumah sakit, Pak. Ini yang main, Pak.
Mr. President, Your Excellency and Your Majesty, Telkomsel as a leading telco digital in Indonesia, we are now having IndiHome as our fixed broadband and serving more than 150 million of customers of mobile and more than 8 million of households across the nations. And we are now becoming house of payload with serving the biggest data traffic of broadband across the nation, more than 65% of payloads in our networks. And with IndiHome moving to Telkomsel, serving the home broadband, Telkom Indonesia now having 69.9% of Telkom sales. Before is 65%. And we are committing to accelerating our digitalization of Indonesia with the biggest support of Telkom connectivity, more than 173,000 kilometers across the nations and serving 99% of coverage populations. We believe that we're going to support a creative economic of Indonesia. Thank you.
Bapak Presiden, Excellencies, welcome to Next Week booth. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to be here. So Netflix has been around in Southeast Asia since 2016. We are one of the largest streamers. We serve to more than 240 million subscribers all over the world. Our investment in Southeast Asia, especially in countries like Indonesia, we've been spending more and more in investing in local content. Why we've been investing in local content is because that is the gateway to actually promote our culture across other regions as well. So we have been doing many things in Indonesia, such as we've been working with the Ministry of Tourism in terms of promoting wonderful Indonesia, showcasing Indonesian titles, but we've also been working in Thailand as well, promoting Thai content as well, showing it off to the world as well. In fact, a very fun fact, most of the content that we do produce in the region is actually seen overseas. So 70% of the titles that we are seeing is actually shown outside of ASEAN. So with that, I would like to thank you once again for giving us the opportunity, and we look forward to working very closely with all of you. Thank you, Pak.
Pak President, Excellencies, I think we're somewhat different from the other exhibitors. What you see are corporates, and here is the British Chamber of Commerce in Indonesia. We've been here for 45 years, and we regard ourselves to some degree as facilitators or enablers or multipliers of British business and Indonesian business that are here in Indonesia. The British business community has created more than 3 million jobs in Indonesia, is working very, very responsibly across a wide range of sectors. As a chamber, we work very closely on the transition and upskilling and capability growth of education, for example. We'll be working with the IIF in London next month also. And many of our companies across all the sectors, you've heard from Standard Chartered, in the energy transition sector, in the FMCG sector, we are supporting the growth and development and progression towards net zero. And finally, we are the coordinating chamber across the ASEAN community for the British businesses in the region. So very much supporting Indonesia as a hub and the goal of integration across ASEAN. Thank you.
Yang terhormat Presiden Republik Indonesia Bapak Joko Widodo. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Selamat datang dalam acara penandatanganan Nota Kesepahaman Pembentukan Satuan Tugas Nasional Local Currency Transaction. Kerangka kerjasama Local Currency Transaction atau LCT merupakan salah satu kesepakatan dalam Leaders Declaration KTT ASEAN ke-42 di Labuan Bajo yang bertujuan mendukung stabilitas ekonomi dengan mendorong penggunaan mata uang lokal dalam transaksi bilateral antar negara ASEAN. Pembentukan Satuan Tugas Nasional ini melibatkan 10 lembaga negara dan kementerian. Selanjutnya, Bapak dan Ibu pejabat penandatangan dokumen, kami persilakan untuk menandatangani dokumen yang telah disiapkan. Kami mohon Bapak Ibu pejabat penandatangan dapat mengangkat nota kesepahaman ke arah kamera. Sekali lagi kami mohon untuk dapat mengangkat nota kesepahaman ke arah kamera dalam hitungan 3, 1, 2, 3. Ya. Langsung foto. Dilanjutkan dengan foto bersama. Para pejabat penandatangan dokumen kami persilakan menempati posisi foto bersama. Mohon izin kami hitung Bapak. Siap. 1, 2, 3. Sekali lagi. 1, 2, 3. Hadirin, dengan demikian usai sudah penandatanganan nota kesepahaman pembentukan Satuan Tugas Nasional Local Currency Transaction. Selanjutnya, Presiden Republik Indonesia berkenan meninggalkan tempat acara. Sampai jumpa di lain kesempatan. Wabillahi taufik wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
para pemimpin ASEAN, saya nyatakan pertemuan sesi retreat dibuka. Ada dua isu yang akan menjadi fokus kali ini, yaitu review implementasi 5-point consensus dan implementasi ASEAN Outlook on the Indo-Pacific. Terkait implementasi 5-point konsensus, saya ingin mengingatkan bahwa 5-point konsensus adalah upaya kolektif ASEAN sebagai keluarga yang telah disepakati para pemimpin ASEAN di Jakarta pada 24 April 2021. Dan 5-point konsensus akan tetap menjadi pedoman utama ASEAN. Indonesia telah melakukan engagement secara sangat intensif, lebih dari 145 engagement dengan 70 stakeholders, dan telah dilakukan dalam 9 bulan. Dan Indonesia melihat sudah mulai muncul trust antara satu stakeholder dengan yang lain, kecuali dengan junta militer. Inilah saatnya ASEAN terus mendorong dilakukannya inklusif national dialogue sebagai kunci penyelesaian krisis politik yang Myanmar own dan Myanmar-led. Selain itu, bantuan kemanusiaan ASEAN masih terus dilakukan melalui AHA Center, namun proses yang dilakukan memang masih sangat panjang. Oleh sebab itu, demi kepentingan keluarga ASEAN, kita harus berani mengevaluasi diri, membahas permasalahan secara terbuka, dan mencari solusi bersama. Kita butuh upaya yang lebih taktis dan extraordinary untuk mengimplementasikan 5-point konsensus. Dan terkait kerjasama Indo-Pasifik, ASEAN Indo-Pacific Forum sebagai bentuk konkret dari ASEAN Outlook on the Indo-Pacific telah menarik banyak minat, baik dari kalangan pemerintah maupun swasta. Saya harap keberlangsungan implementasi ini dapat terus kita jaga. Selanjutnya kita masuk sesi tertutup dan saya persilahkan dengan hormat awak media meninggalkan ruangan pertemuan. Terima kasih.
It's, as it were, in both ends, both in the products you offer and also the threats you're perceiving.
Well, indeed, AI has taken more and more importance in what we do in terms of products and services. Now, if I'm a bit provocative,
yes, that's what we like.
It's not anymore a revolution. It's already there. It poses, I would say, some key technical challenges when you embed AI in safety-critical systems. Definitely. It may raise as well ethical questions, for sure. But technologically-wise, not very impressed. Not very impressed. And it's already, again, embarked or embedded in many of our products and solutions. For me, looking ahead, looking a bit further away, the next revolution will come from quantum technologies, what is called the second quantum revolution. The first one occurred 50 years ago. This is the use of lasers or atomic clock, for instance. Now the second quantum revolution is really coming. And if I explain it in simple terms, is how you use, I would say, the properties of the matter at individual particles like photons, atoms, and so on and so forth, typically to measure things in a much more accurate way. Quantum sensors. I'm not talking about quantum computers. We are not involved in this domain. We may use quantum computers when it will be really available for industries. But quantum sensors, for me, is really much more fascinating as it is probably short-term, and it will allow us to increase the accuracy of sensors by a factor of, let's say, 100 or 1,000.
Well, hold it right there. So I've got to stop going to dinner parties and talking about artificial intelligence. And now when I want to show off, I'm going to talk about quantum sensors. And the first thing anyone at the dinner party is going to say is, well, what is the benefit of accurately measuring something 100,000th more accurately? Give an example.
Cancer.
Ah.
Cancer. You use...
So healthcare.
Yes. You use, I would say, the most advanced generation of MRI. It measures what it measures. Sorry for the sentence. It measures what it measures. Let's imagine that tomorrow you may measure something with 100 more accuracy. So you will detect things that the most advanced MRI cannot detect as of today.
Brilliant.
So you will be able to detect diseases that you just don't know, or diseases far more in advance compared to what you can detect as of today.
Brilliant. Okay, this is not the Patrice show, though, so we're going to get Ahmed a look in, because you were nodding along. Quantum sensors, is that what we should be talking about now, or...?
The topics in the program here are about financial sustainability, digital opportunity.
I've gone off topic. And what I've gone for is one interesting idea from each of you. So he's set the bar very high with quantum sensors.
Yeah. I want to be more pragmatic here. I think about technology evolution as still a very linear progression. While it might sound as if we've gone through quantum. Quantum is still, a generation out. I wish we could predict it. But I think fundamentally we believe that AI could enable many aspects of life where we have deep capacity challenges in the world.
Yes.
Think about the notion of healthcare.
Absolutely.
275,000 mothers die at childbirth, right? And 2.7 million kids die before the age of 5 weeks. They're not even 5 weeks old. A lot of it is just the fact that our healthcare systems are deficient, they do not have the capacity, and therefore the ability to provide the right progress during the progress of pregnancy, to offer the right medical support. We believe AI will create immense capacity in the healthcare system. I'm not even going to cancer yet. I'm just still talking fundamentally, 5 million children, adults die of malaria. We're still trying to crack the code on how to find the right vaccine. AI could accelerate that. you look at education in Africa, the average attendance in schools by teachers is 3.5 days, limited by capacity and distances that people have to travel. Our thought is that we could get into a world where every student could have a bot which is on their phone or their tablet or their laptop. So I think the advantage is, we're still at the initial journey of exploring the possibilities. For it, skilling is important, we spoke about, but equally infrastructure is very critical. So in Indonesia, where we are now, we're bringing in a data center shortly. We announced it in 2021. It has the potential to create 60,000 jobs.
Back to the skills point, yeah.
Back to the skills point. So I think as we look at the journey and the opportunity, we are at this stage doing small proofs of concept. We are exploring opportunities in healthcare, education, creativity, business process, in banking. And we see the possibility of creating more financial inclusion and productivity in the economy. Just in Indonesia, we believe that it could unlock up to 250 billion over the next several years.
250 billion of additional productivity?
Of additional productivity through AI.
Wow, fantastic. Abdulaziz, you've already set the bar quite high with a floating solar farm. Is there any other particular kind of technology that you think is going to be transformative coming along?
I mean, speaking about artificial intelligence in specific, I think it will support us in the operations of such a plant, right? It will allow us to have plants that are more reliable, more resilient. By analyzing data, you could, for example, predict failures ahead of time and then avoid those failures to happen. And that's not specific for the renewable energy, but for all the, I would say, energy technologies. AI certainly will...
And you can also monitor energy usage. And so
exactly, you could even understand, forecast your, for example, sun radiation, wind, correlate this with the demand behavior of the consumers and come up with when really I should maximize or when I should sell my electricity, at what tariff should I bid my electricity in a power market, and so on. So data is power, and having the right algorithm that will allow you to utilize it in the right way certainly will make the feasibility of renewable energy even further, even better, I would say. Yeah.
Marissa, as the person who makes all of this tick by supporting all of these panelists with your financing skills, what's your take either on artificial intelligence or the innovative tech on the way?
Well, maybe they're interlinked, because an area that we just today, much like trying to solve cancer, that we really don't fundamentally understand in a robust enough way is interlinkages in the natural environment. So the biodiversity equation, fragile ecosystems, interdependencies. If you have one intervention over here, what does it do for the environment over there? I remember a world wherein the great solution to wean ourselves off fossil fuels was to go to ethanol. And we all jumped into ethanol as our fuel source. Planted corn, which is a monocrop, which supplanted other crops, was disastrous for biodiversity. And we learned from that because we didn't really understand what the downstream effects were going to be. I think with some of this predictive AI, sensor technology will be much better able to understand if you do something over here, what the effects are going to be over there. And we don't have a lot of time because the loss of our natural capital is heading in an alarming pace. And if we can actually understand what are the interventions that in that 80-20 rule are going to make a difference, that would be a pretty exciting place. I do want to sound the note of caution. Maybe that's, given I work for a regulated entity, around the concerns that I have about AI and where it's headed is a little bit on privacy. As a regulated entity, we have a fiduciary obligation to protect the capital of those who deposit money with us, those whose identities are tied to the capital that we are lending against. And I certainly worry about these advances that can mimic humans and trick all of our systems and create fake humans and fake bank accounts and all these kinds of things. So that's the one place where, if there's something on my worry list, I think that's where I spend my time on the negative side. But I don't want to end on a negative note, because I do think, on balance, I believe firmly in the power of human technology to solve big problems, and I'm sure we'll solve that one too, with the great minds on this panel.
Well, of course, we've got the London AI Summit at the beginning of November, where no doubt the Indonesian government will also be represented, where we talk about the guardrails for AI. And Sunarso, you know as well that AI and your work on digital inclusion, financial inclusion, is underpinning everything that supports the Indonesian economy going forward. And you've been very eloquent on the contribution that small businesses make to the Indonesian economy, and the huge difference you're making in providing financing for them. But it's been a fantastic panel. Thank you so much for covering a wide and slightly eclectic range of subjects, but which I think do all knit together in this focus on the green energy transition and the use of technology, digital and data to drive the dynamic economy of Indonesia, the dynamic region of ASEAN forward. Thank you as well to our wonderful audience for listening to this brilliant panel. Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much to our moderator for wonderfully moderating this illuminating session. And thank you very much to all of our esteemed speakers for sharing the great insights, expertise, and time with all of us. And I hope everyone has gained incredible insights from them. And ladies and gentlemen, as we have come to the end of the first day of our session here today, I'd like to once again, on behalf of our organizers, extend our profound gratitude and sincere thanks to everyone for your participation and for your attendance here today. And as the week is still short, ladies and gentlemen, we will have the second day for us tomorrow, and we will be discussing an array of topics starting at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning on green infrastructure and resilient supply chain and sustainable and innovative financing and inclusive digital transformation and creative economy. We're going to be talking about an array of topics and present to you the great insights of world leaders and business leaders like today. And ladies and gentlemen, once again, let us give all of us here the biggest round of applause. Thank you so much, everyone, and we'll see you tomorrow bright and early at 9 a.m. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
State-owned enterprise that focuses on the MSME segment, BRI Digital Innovation continues to be carried out to facilitate customers in providing services to continue to give value to Indonesia.
Selamat sore ASEAN, selamat datang di konferensi pers ASEAN Indo-Pacific Forum AIPF langsung dari Pusat Media KTT ASEAN, Jakarta Convention Center. Sesi ini akan menggunakan bahasa Indonesia. Demi kenyamanan rekan media sekalian, kami telah menyediakan alat penerjemah ke bahasa Inggris yang dapat diambil di area pintu masuk. Kami mengundang para rekan media nasional maupun internasional untuk mengikuti konferensi pers ini. Konferensi pers ini dihadiri oleh Wakil Menteri Luar Negeri Bapak Pahala Nugraha Mansuri dan Wakil Menteri BUMN Bapak Rosan Perkasa Ruslani dan akan dimoderatori oleh Bapak Hartio Harkomoyo. Hadirin sekalian, mari kita sambut pembicara dan moderator kita yang terhormat.
Terima kasih Mbak Pembawa acara. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera dan selamat sore. Rekan-rekan media yang berbahagia, pada kesempatan hari ini sangat senang karena kita mendapatkan narasumber untuk nanti menyampaikan, membrief terkait dengan pelaksanaan hari pertama di ASEAN Indo-Pacific Forum atau IPF. Sudah hadir bersama saya pada hari ini di sebelah kiri Bapak Wakil Menteri Luar Negeri, Bapak Pahala Nugraha Mansuri, dan di sebelah sana lagi Bapak Duta Besar Rosan Perkasa Ruslani, Wakil Menteri BUMN. Nanti akan ada penjelasan pertama dari Bapak Wamenlu, kemudian akan disampaikan dari Bapak Wakil Menteri BUMN. Kita akan membuka tanya jawab. Bagi yang ingin bertanya menggunakan bahasa Indonesia silakan, tapi kalau misalnya ada media asing yang ingin menggunakan bahasa Inggris kita persilahkan. Ada SIS interpreter, nomor 1 adalah bahasa Indonesia dan nomor 2 nanti bahasa Inggris. Baiklah, tanpa kita memperpanjang, Bapak Wamenlu, kami persilahkan untuk menyampaikan briefing pada kesempatan pertama. Silakan Bapak.
Baik, terima kasih Pak Yoyo. Selamat sore, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yang kami hormati Pak Rosan, Pak Yoyo, kemudian juga tentunya rekan-rekan media semua. Jadi pada hari ini di tanggal 5 September 2023 telah dibuka oleh Bapak Presiden Jokowi Buka ASEAN Indo-Pacific Forum. ASEAN Indo-Pacific Forum adalah merupakan kegiatan yang merupakan bagian daripada flagship event dari KTT ASEAN. Jadi sebagai flagship event tentunya merupakan kegiatan yang tidak terpisahkan dan sangat saling terkait antara KTT ASEAN dengan apa yang dibicarakan di dalam ASEAN Indo-Pacific Forum tersebut. Kita namakan ASEAN Indo-Pacific Forum ini merupakan implementasi dari ASEAN Outlook on Indo-Pacific. Bahwa ASEAN tentunya merupakan bagian daripada kawasan Indo-Pasifik dan memang yang kita ingin bangun dan ini juga disampaikan oleh Bapak Presiden dalam pembukaan adalah bagaimana melalui AIPF ini kita bisa hadir untuk mengubah apa yang merupakan rivalitas yang ada di Indo-Pasifik menjadi sebuah kerjasama, khususnya dalam hal ini adalah kerjasama dalam bidang ekonomi, sambil juga kita terus-menerus bagaimana kita bisa membangun habit of cooperation dalam sebuah formula yang win-win atau saling menguntungkan dan juga inklusif. Inklusif artinya apa? Inklusif artinya kita tidak ingin ada yang dikucilkan dari negara-negara yang berada di kawasan Indo-Pasifik, tetapi betul-betul melibatkan negara-negara secara keseluruhan yang berada di kawasan Indo-Pasifik ini, dan kita harapkan melalui sebuah forum tersebut ini akan bisa meletakkan fondasi yang lebih kuat bagi bagaimana ASEAN bisa melakukan pembangunan ekonomi di masa datang. Nah, kita tahu bahwa Indo-Pasifik adalah merupakan kawasan yang sangat luas, merupakan kawasan yang sekali lagi itu memiliki kontribusi mencapai kurang lebih sekitar 64% dari pertumbuhan ekonomi dunia ini dikontribusikan oleh kawasan Indo-Pasifik. Jadi betul-betul merupakan kawasan yang strategis dan sesuai dengan tema kita di tahun ini adalah bagaimana kita bisa membangun sentralitas dari ASEAN pada saat kita bicara mengenai kawasan Indo-Pasifik tersebut. Dan beliau juga, Pak Jokowi, menyampaikan adanya apresiasi atas dukungan dan juga kontribusi dari negara-negara ASEAN, tetapi juga beyond that, bagaimana kita bisa bekerja sama juga dengan para mitra, sehingga dengan harapan bahwa aktivitas ataupun forum bersama yang saat ini kita laksanakan yaitu AIPF, itu salah satu yang kita lakukan untuk bisa mengkonkretkan adalah mengidentifikasi proyek-proyek atau deliverables yang nantinya diharapkan akan bisa mendukung adanya kerjasama ataupun economic cooperation tersebut. Sudah terkumpul ada 93 proyek kerjasama dengan total nilai mencapai 38,2 billion US dollar. Kemudian juga kita mengidentifikasi ada 73 proyek potensial dengan nilai 17,8 billion US dollar. Nah, kita harapkan bahwa kedepannya proyek ini yang sudah diidentifikasi bisa didorong bersama sehingga betul-betul melalui sebuah kerjasama ini bisa kita bangun bersama sebuah economic cooperation yang lebih baik lagi, dan itu juga yang kita upayakan untuk bisa kita demonstrasikan melalui sebuah showcasing. Jadi AIPF bukan hanya merupakan forum diskusi saja, tapi kita juga berupaya untuk bisa men-showcase proyek-proyek yang memang saat ini sudah kita identifikasi, apakah itu yang sudah dijalankan ataupun yang masih akan potensial untuk bisa kita kembangkan ke depannya melalui adanya booth ataupun showcase tadi. Kita berharap ini untuk bisa menampilkan sebuah wajah di mana ASEAN dan Indo-Pasifik memang berkolaborasi dan juga membangun bersama. Melalui forum diskusi yang kita laksanakan pada hari ini juga hadir beberapa pembicara seperti misalnya tadi hadir dari IMF yang juga menyampaikan bahwa ASEAN merupakan salah satu bright spot daripada perkembangan ekonomi dunia pada saat ini. Di mana ekonomi ASEAN di tahun ini diharapkan akan bisa tumbuh 4,5 sampai dengan 4,6%, dan beliau pun juga menyampaikan bahwa IMF memprediksikan bahwa di tahun depan juga di 2024 juga mungkin akan memiliki tingkat pertumbuhan yang kurang lebih sama. Nah, kuncinya adalah bagaimana di kawasan ASEAN ini memang bisa membangun adanya stabilitas ekonomi dan politik, kemudian juga kita bisa membangun adanya sumber-sumber perekonomian yang baru ke depannya. Nah, ini juga satu hal yang kita upayakan untuk kita bisa bicarakan di dalam AIPF, bagaimana melalui sebuah forum diskusi dan juga melalui proyek-proyek yang akan kita kembangkan. Misalnya ada 4 tema yang akan kita bicarakan, yaitu yang pertama adalah green infrastructure dan juga ketahanan rantai pasok industri yang lebih baik dan juga lebih terintegrasi. Kedua, bagaimana digital ekonomi dan juga creative industry akan bisa menjadi sumber-sumber pertumbuhan baru yang ada di kawasan Asia Tenggara. Dan ketiga, kebutuhan untuk bisa membangun green infrastructure dan juga membangun digital ekonomi tentunya membutuhkan adanya sumber pembiayaan yang sustainable dan juga yang inovatif. 3 hal ini yang memang kita harapkan akan bisa menjadi pilar daripada diskusi yang ada di AIPF. Terakhir yang ingin kami sampaikan juga, selain daripada para pembicara yang mewakili dari sektor korporasi ataupun sektor bisnis, baik itu BUMN ataupun juga pihak swasta, hadir juga para state leaders yang diharapkan juga akan bisa memberikan point of view dan juga policy direction ke depannya, khususnya yang terkait mengenai 3 sektor yang tadi sudah kami sampaikan, termasuk juga Perdana Menteri Australia, Perdana Menteri Jepang, dan juga Perdana Menteri Kanada, yang kita harapkan betul-betul akan bisa memberikan wawasan tambahan dan juga policy direction bagaimana perkembangan ekonomi di kawasan Indo-Pasifik ini bisa dikembangkan ke depannya. Mungkin itu dari kami, Pak Yo. Terima kasih.
Wamenlu Bapak Pahala Nugraha Mansuri. Kesempatan berikutnya kami mohon perkenan Bapak Dubes Rosan Perkasa Ruslani, Wakil Menteri Pak Pahala Nugraha Mansuri. Kesempatan berikutnya kami mohon perkenan Bapak Dubes Rosan Perkasa Ruslani, Wakil Menteri BUMN. Silakan Bapak.
Terima kasih Pak Yoyo. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Pertama-tama terima kasih juga kepada Pak Wamenlu dan juga rekan-rekan media. Tadi Pak Wamenlu, Pak Pahala sudah menyampaikan sebetulnya sangat komprehensif yang dari program IPF ini, maksud tujuannya, dan tentunya saya hanya menambahkan karena dari ASEAN sendiri melihat bahwa ASEAN is the future, makanya temanya juga ASEAN the epicentrum of growth, dan peran dari ASEAN itu sendiri di dalam Indo-Pasifik ini sangat-sangat kuat, dan dalam hal ini tentunya bagaimana summit di KTT ASEAN ini juga sangat relevan kepada members atau negara-negara di ASEAN. Oleh sebab itu ini adalah salah satu inisiatif di dalam keketuaan dari Indonesia dan didukung penuh oleh Kementerian BUMN bersama-sama dengan Kementerian Luar Negeri, bagaimana integrasi antar tidak hanya di level negara tetapi juga di level perusahaan di ASEAN itu menjadi lebih baik dan lebih kuat dalam mereka mencoba berkolaborasi dan bersinergi. Karena kami melihat awalnya bahwa kalau dari segi perdagangan memang keterlibatan antara negara ASEAN ini sudah cukup baik, tapi dalam segi investasi itu dan kolaborasi itu perlu lebih ditingkatkan lagi. Dan oleh sebab itu lahirlah ide dari IPF ini untuk menjadi titik awal di dalam program keketuaan ASEAN oleh Indonesia yang diharapkan dapat dilanjutkan berikutnya ke dalam keketuaan lainnya. Oleh sebab itu kami pun sangat berterima kasih kepada negara-negara ASEAN lainnya, karena tadi sudah disampaikan memang kurang lebih itu ada 93 proyek, kurang lebih nilainya 38,2 miliar dan masih ada 73 proyek potensial senilai 17,8 miliar. Dan di dalam program ini pun di dalam esok harinya selain ada diskusi dan juga beberapa leader talks, tetapi kita juga ada business matching yang akan melibatkan lebih dari 129 perusahaan. 129 perusahaan, dan dalam hal ini dari BUMN kami potensi yang ada yang di dalam business matching itu kurang lebih ada 35 proyek yang ada di dalam BUMN, kemudian ada 4 proyek yang di Bappenas ini akan kita display besok, dan juga ada 11 proyek yang berasal dari negara-negara ASEAN lainnya. Nah, kami memperkirakan dari business matching itu tambahannya akan terjadi potensi kerjasama senilai 50 miliar dolar. 50 miliar dolar yang terdiri dari BUMN itu sendiri 35 proyek itu 22 miliar dolar. Kemudian dari Bappenas itu 4 proyek nilainya 10 miliar dolar, dan dari proyek yang datang dari 5 negara yaitu Filipina, Thailand, Malaysia, Myanmar, dan Brunei Darussalam itu nilainya 810 juta dolar. Nah, adapun kerjasama itu melibatkan di beberapa sektor. Tadi sudah disampaikan kalau dari BUMN sendiri memang ini melibatkan ada beberapa perusahaan, termasuk adalah Mind ID, kemudian Pelindo, Krakatau Steel, Bio Farma, PLN, Pupuk Indonesia, Angkasa Pura, dan tentunya Pertamina, ASDP, dan juga Injernih, termasuk Dana Reksa. Jadi kalau kita lihat hampir sebagian besar holding company yang ada BUMN ini akan terlibat di di dalam business matching yang diadakan pada esok hari. Tapi kita pun melihat bahwa harapannya
proyek dan salah satu fokus utamanya itu adalah infrastruktur hijau. Nah, goals Indonesia ke depan itu apa sih Pak? Apakah infrastruktur hijau ini bisa dikembangkan untuk nantinya di IKN? Itu pertanyaan saya dari inisiasi forum ini. Nah, saya juga mau tanya buat Pak Pahala, mau nyinggung soal isu geopolitik nih Pak. Tadi kan Pak Jokowi sudah singgung soal biar forum ini ada biar tidak ada kesenjangan di negara-negara Indo-Pasifik. Tapi kan kita tahu betul ya Pak, bahwa ada dua kekuatan besar di Indo-Pasifik ini, Cina dan juga AS. Nah, komitmen Indonesia karena sudah membuat inisiatif ini, apa Pak inisiatifnya untuk dua superpower country ini biar juga berkomitmen untuk menjaga semoga tidak ada kesenjangan tadi Pak. Karena kan mereka juga selalu ada pengaruhnya kan di Indo-Pasifik ini. Itu aja, terima kasih.
Terima kasih kepada Mbak Angela dan Mas Teddy. Kesempatan pertama kami minta kepada Pak Dubes Rosan untuk menjawab pertanyaan tadi dari Mbak Angela terkait dengan proyek-proyek yang sudah akan di business matchingkan dan kapan rencananya, serta terkait dengan infrastruktur hijau, apakah ini juga akan diaplikasikan di IKN. Silakan Bapak.
Oke, terima kasih. Memang tadi saya sempat menyinggung sedikit beberapa proyek yang dikerjakan itu sektornya adalah kalau saya sebut mungkin Main ID ini adalah yang membawa sektor energi dan salah satu yang ditawarkan adalah pekerjaan aluminium smelter itu yang ditawarkan dengan nilai kurang lebih 1,8 miliar dolar, jadi 1.8 billion US dollar. Kemudian yang salah satu yang juga signifikan adalah pekerjaan yang berada di bawah Pelindo, itu untuk pembangunan dari benoa yang itu juga sudah berjalan dan itu juga salah satu yang ditawarkan dan nilainya kurang lebih 4,3 billion US dollar. Kemudian ada pekerjaan Green Hydrogen Project dengan PLN bekerjasama dengan Pupuk Indonesia itu kurang lebih nilainya 5 billion US dollar. Kemudian ada kerjaan di Pupuk Indonesia sendiri itu untuk blue ammonia itu juga kurang lebih 4,8 miliar US dollar dan juga ada beberapa kerjaan baik yang di Pertamina kemudian ada juga di ASDP dan juga di kawasan KEK di Sanur untuk pengembangan lot kawasan ekonomi khusus. Jadi sebetulnya ada beberapa pekerjaan termasuk juga di Krakatau Steel ini kurang lebih mencapai 1 miliar dolar. Itu mungkin ada hanya beberapa yang saya sebutkan, termasuk juga sebetulnya bukan hanya proyek yang baru, tetapi ini juga kita menawarkan proyek-proyek untuk dilakukan kerjasama atau sinergi, contohnya seperti dengan Jasa Marga untuk pembangunan jalan tol untuk operasional di Nusa Dua, Ngurah Rai dan juga Torut, kan jalan itu sudah jadi kita menawarkan untuk bersama juga dengan para investor lainnya. Jadi tidak hanya bekerjasama dengan proyek-proyek baru, tapi juga dengan proyek-proyek yang sudah ada dalam rangka kita mensinergikan itu semua. Jadi itu beberapa proyek dan kita juga menawarkan salah satunya adalah kerjasama pengelolaan di Angkasa Pura I, contohnya untuk bandara di Jogja, itu kita juga terbuka untuk dikelola bersama agar menjadi lebih baik. Dan kita pun juga terbuka untuk kerjasama di perhotelan yang dimiliki oleh Pertamina, Patra Jasa, untuk dikelola bersama, kemudian diinvestasikan bersama kepada teman-teman negara-negara di ASEAN. Dan itu juga kita akan paparkan pada saat display pada esok hari. Nah, jadi itu hanya beberapa dari beberapa proyek yang saya sampaikan yang mungkin nilai-nilainya cukup signifikan ke depannya. Yang kedua, mungkin saya menjawab pertanyaan Pak Teddy dari Liputan 6. Infrastruktur hijau ini memang arah yang kita coba lakukan ke depannya. Karena ini menyangkut tidak hanya dari segi environment saja, tetapi juga kita melihat bagaimana financing untuk infrastruktur hijau ini secara global itu sebetulnya sangat-sangat tertarik untuk memberikan pendanaan kepada infrastruktur hijau, dan harapannya memang ini akan terus berlanjut tidak hanya kepada IKN tetapi juga kepada proyek-proyek infrastruktur hijau yang memang sedang dicanangkan oleh beberapa kementerian yang ada di Indonesia pada saat ini. Jadi mungkin itu dulu yang bisa saya sampaikan. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih Pak Dubes. Kepada Pak Wamenlu, kami persilakan dari pertanyaan dari Pak Teddy terkait dengan komitmen Indonesia dalam mengatasi kesenjangan Pak di Indo-Pasifik.
Baik, terima kasih. Jadi tadi yang disampaikan sebetulnya adalah bagaimana kita bisa menekankan bahwa kawasan ini penekanannya adalah kepada kolaborasi dan juga kooperasi. Jadi harapan kita, kalau kita bicara lebih banyak mengenai kolaborasi dan juga kooperasi, maka tensi daripada global ini tentunya akan bisa menurun, Mas. Jadi itu yang merupakan bagian daripada kontribusi kita untuk bisa memastikan bahwa kawasan ini memang betul-betul fokus kepada pengembangan daripada kawasan yang lebih makmur, berkolaborasi, itu yang pertama. Yang kedua, harapan kita adalah kita tidak mengucilkan siapa-siapa. Jadi semua negara yang memang ada di dalam kawasan Indo-Pasifik kita libatkan. Kita minta kepada mereka juga apa-apa yang memang bisa menjadi bagian daripada proyek yang memang betul-betul bisa menjadi bagian dari rantai pasok di kawasan Asia Tenggara. Yang ketiga, kita juga berharap bahwa pada saat tensi yang meningkat ini justru kita melihat bahwa ASEAN akan bisa menjadi bagian daripada rantai pasok yang penting. Karena tadi seperti contoh misalnya untuk industri baru ke depannya adalah merupakan industri ekosistem EV misalnya. Kita melihat bahwa kawasan ASEAN memiliki komponen-komponen yang sebetulnya bisa menjadi bagian yang sangat penting dalam hal memproduksi rantai pasok EV ekosistem ke depannya untuk negara-negara yang ada di kawasan Indo-Pasifik, apakah itu Amerika ataukah itu China ataupun juga negara-negara lainnya. Karena apa? Ya karena tadi secara resources kita memiliki, secara pasar kita juga memiliki, Indonesia misalnya memiliki reserve kurang lebih sekitar 26% dari cadangan nikel dunia. Filipina misalnya mereka memiliki cadangan yang juga sangat signifikan untuk reserve dunia, mungkin nomor 4, nomor 5. Dua negara ini aja di kawasan ASEAN sudah memiliki kontribusi dari sisi critical mineral yang sangat dibutuhkan bagi pengembangan rantai pasok ekosistem EV dunia ke depannya. Belum lagi negara seperti Vietnam, Thailand yang memang selama ini juga mempersiapkan diri untuk bisa melakukan produksi barang-barang yang terkait dengan ekosistem EV ke depannya. Ini yang juga di dalam KTT Summit ini atau di dalam KTT ASEAN ini kita ingin bicarakan bukan hanya di dalam ASEAN saja, tetapi juga dengan para dialog partner. Seperti misalnya KTT ASEAN Plus 3, di mana kita melibatkan negara-negara lain seperti misalnya RRT, Jepang, dan juga Republic of Korea sebagai dialog partner kita untuk sama-sama kita bisa mengembangkan rantai pasok EV ecosystem di kawasan ASEAN ini. Baik itu dari sisi investasi, teknologi, dan juga lain-lain sebagainya. Jadi ini yang memang merupakan kenapa kami sudah sampaikan bahwa apa yang dibicarakan di dalam EIPF ini memang betul-betul bersambut dengan apa yang memang dibahas di dalam KTT ASEAN, dan khususnya dalam hal ini terkait dengan salah satu tema KTT ASEAN pada tahun ini yaitu ASEAN sebagai epicentrum of growth tadi. Begitu mungkin dari saya. Terima kasih Pak Yoyo.
Terima kasih Pak Wamen Pahala. Saya memberikan kesempatan termin kedua. Kali ini saya akan di sisi kiri saya. Ada dua-duanya silakan. Sebutkan nama, kemudian dari media mana, dan ditujukan ke siapa.
Selamat sore, nama saya Stefano dari Reuters. Saya ada 3 pertanyaan. Yang pertama untuk Pak Rosan, tadi yang proyek-proyek yang akan ditawarkan itu Pak, itu mencari partner untuk investasi bersama atau funding saja Pak? Kemudian apakah yang besok akan ditawarkan itu sudah ada sebenarnya yang tinggal signing saja gitu, tapi kesepakatan awalnya sudah ada, kalau sudah ada boleh didetailkan Pak. Kemudian mau bertanya mengenai kereta cepat sedikit Pak, apakah kan China Premier League yang ada di sini Pak hadir, nah apakah tanggal 8 September itu beliau akan mencoba kereta cepat, dan apakah itu tanggal 8 September launching juga Pak, atau hanya Premier League yang dengan pemerintah Indonesia inspeksi saja gitu, jadi inspeksi saja atau ikut itu launching gitu Pak di tanggal 8 September, atau di tanggal lainnya gitu Pak, kalau ada detailnya. Terima kasih, itu saja.
Berikutnya silakan.
Selamat sore Bapak-Bapak di depan. Nama saya Denny dari Jakarta Post. Mau nanya pertama untuk Pak Pahala. Jadi kan tadi kan udah ada task force-nya ya Pak. Jadi apakah negara-negara ASEAN semua pihak yang terlibat itu ada semacam komitmen atau target soal spend waktu dari 93 proyek itu? Kayak ada batasan atau tidak? Terus mau konfirmasi aja, tadi yang 39 proyek, yang 35 dari BUMN dan 4 dari Bappenas itu apakah masuk ke dalam 93 proyek itu? Habis itu mau pertanyaan selanjutnya untuk Pak Rosan, itu mau nanya soal partner proyek yang sama BUMN. Itu yang dikejar partnernya udah ada yang bisa disebut belum Pak? Dan kayak khususnya untuk yang smelter aluminium. Oh ya, satu lagi untuk Pak Pahala, maaf Pak, kayak udah ada dari 93 itu yang udah ada yang paling dekat untuk realisasi atau belum? Kalau udah ada boleh disebutkan atau tidak? Terima kasih.
Baik, terima kasih. Ada 2 pertanyaan dari Pak Stefanus, 3-tiganya untuk Pak Rosan, dan juga 1 pertanyaan dari Mas Denny Jakarta Post untuk Pak Rosan. Tapi karena tadi sudah Pak Rosan duluan, boleh sekarang Pak Pahala dulu ya Pak. Pertanyaan dari Jakarta Post terkait dengan komitmen atau target dari 93 proyek tadi, dan apakah dari 93 itu termasuk yang tadi 35 dan 4 yang dibahas dalam business matching. Terima kasih Pak.
Jadi sebagian dari apa yang memang sudah masuk di dalam 93 proyek ini juga masuk di dalam apa yang dipresentasikan di dalam program business matching yang tadi juga sudah disebut. Jadi, tapi memang enggak semuanya beririsan. Tetapi ada yang memang masuk di dalam sebagian proyek yang tadi juga disampaikan oleh Pak Rosan akan disampaikan dalam proyek yang akan dipresentasikan dalam business matching meeting tadi. Nah, terkait mengenai task force dan juga komitmen bersama ini memang ini sudah menjadi bagian daripada komitmen dan juga menjadi lampiran daripada hasil pembahasan yang ada di dalam KTT Summit ini. Jadi harapannya kita karena memang sudah menjadi komitmen bersama yang juga masuk sebagai annex daripada dokumen outcome kita, moga-moga ini akan memiliki komitmen yang lebih tinggi lagi juga. Sehingga masing-masing negara juga tentunya akan bisa berkomitmen untuk bagaimana memastikan bahwa proyek-proyek ini memang akan bisa diimplementasikan. Memang kita mengkategorikan yang masuk di dalam kenapa ada 93 proyek, kenapa ada yang 73 proyek tadi ya kurang lebih ya, yang masih dalam kategori potensial. Yang 93 proyek ini memang adalah proyek-proyek yang kita review dan kita kurasi, kita diskusikan dengan KL-KL dan juga beberapa negara anggota daripada ASEAN ini yang memang sudah matang sifatnya. Jadi memang harus sudah matang untuk bisa dikategorikan sebagai 93 proyek yang masuk dalam kategori yang 38 miliar US dollar itu sendiri. Jadi memang harapannya kita karena sudah menjadi bagian daripada komitmen bersama, bagian daripada lampiran ataupun aneks, ini memang proyek-proyek yang memang akan bisa diselenggarakan untuk bisa didorong ke depannya. Memang sampai dengan saat ini tidak ada timeline yang kita masukkan di dalam bagian dari project deliverables yang masuk dalam 93 project tersebut. Mungkin itu tambahan dari saya, terima kasih. Tapi mengenai kriteria dan juga ininya, jenis sektornya tadi juga sudah disampaikan oleh Pak Rosan, sedikit tambahan, ya memang yang harus masuk di dalam 4 tema yang kita bicarakan, tetapi juga masuk di sini adalah karena ada juga kita membicarakan mengenai resiliensi daripada rantai pasok industri, juga masuk beberapa proyek yang masuk dalam kategori sebagai proyek-proyek untuk bisa membangun food security. Jadi ini yang memang juga di luar dari green infrastructure, digital dan juga creative economy, juga ada beberapa proyek yang masuk dalam kategori proyek-proyek untuk bisa mengembangkan food security ke depannya. Demikian tambahan dari saya Pak Yo, terima kasih.
Terima kasih Pak Hala. Pak Rosan, tadi ada 4 pertanyaan, 3 dari Reuters dan 1 dari Jakpos. Silakan Bapak.
Oke, terima kasih. Saya mungkin mencoba menjawab pertanyaan dari Pak Stefanus dari Reuters. Memang proyek-proyek ini yang kita mau sinergikan itu memang adalah sebagai strategi partner, tapi juga funding. Jadi kita terbuka untuk itu. Memang kalau kita lihat proyek-proyek itu sebetulnya mungkin saya agak lompat sedikit ya. Proyek-proyek itu yang ditawarkan oleh kita ini adalah proyek-proyek yang sudah matang seperti yang disampaikan oleh Pak Pahala. Contohnya aluminium smelter itu yang berada di bawah Antam ya. Itu sudah matang dan siap untuk ditenderkan. Jadi proses tendernya sudah dimulai dan kita mengundang negara-negara ASEAN untuk berpartisipasi gitu. Jadi itu salah satu contohnya dan juga untuk proyek yang di bawah Pelindo seperti Bali Maritime Tourism Hub itu lahannya sudah ada, sudah dibangun dan kita mengundang misalnya untuk mereka investasi di pembangunan marinanya. Jadi plotnya sudah ada, mereka tinggal membawa pengalamannya kemudian untuk berinvestasi di daerah benua itu. Nah, kemudian adapun proyek yang sudah jadi yang kita tawarkan untuk kerjasamakan seperti salah satu saya sempat sampaikan mengenai jalan tol yang ada di Nusa Dua. Kemudian mengenai kereta cepat rencananya memang kalau launchingnya itu 1 Oktober ya, tetapi rencananya untuk dilakukan testing bersama itu sebetulnya besok tanggal 6 September waktunya kurang lebih sore hari tentatif, waktunya akan ditentukan lebih mendalam lagi. Jadi sebetulnya besok rencananya dari Prime Minister China dan juga bersama-sama dengan Pak Menko yang akan melakukan testing dari kereta api cepat. Besok tanggal 6. Iya betul, besok. Kemudian yang saya mau sampaikan juga bahwa dalam hal ini sebetulnya tidak hanya dalam proyek yang kita bicarakan dengan negara-negara ASEAN lainnya, tetapi ada beberapa yang sempat disampaikan oleh Pak Hala yang kita mempunyai competitive advantage gitu ya. Contohnya seperti ini critical mineral, kita ada mempunyai abundant resources, tapi Filipina juga mempunyai banyak, dan kita menyuarakan ini salah satunya ke partner kita di Amerika Serikat, di US, dengan mengajukan nanti pada saatnya, karena nanti juga ada Vice Presidennya dari US, dan besok juga akan ada sesi bersama-sama dengan baik dengan Bapak Presiden maupun dengan sesi terbukanya, dan kita akan propose juga bagaimana negara-negara ASEAN ini bisa menikmati insentif dari pemerintah Amerika melalui program Inflation Reduction Act-nya atau IRA, yang kebetulan kita akan majukan ini melalui inisiatif mereka yang namanya agak mirip, ini IPEF, mereka IPEF, Indo-Pacific Economic Framework. Itu yang kita akan masukkan, dan ini sudah kita bicarakan dengan negara-negara ASEAN-nya, dan mereka negara ASEAN lainnya akan membantu untuk menyuarakan yang sama. Karena kebetulan ada 7 negara ASEAN yang masuk di dalam IPEF, Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, yang rencananya pembahasannya itu akan selesai pada bulan November tahun 2023 ini. Mungkin itu tambahan dari saya, terima kasih.
Baik, terima kasih kepada para narasumber. Sayang sekali bahwa waktu kita memang terbatas, tapi besok kita akan ada kesempatan lagi. Bapak Pahala Mansuri, Wakil Menteri Luar Negeri, Bapak Dubes Rosan Perkasa Ruslani, Wakil Menteri BUMN, terima kasih banyak atas kesempatan, dan terima kasih kepada teman-teman yang telah mendengarkan dan hadir dalam preskon ini. Kita tutup dengan mengucapkan Alhamdulillah, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.